Chapter 1087. Mo Xiaobao stood up from a bookcase and stuffed a thin booklet into his arms. Obviously, he had found what he was looking for. Waving his hand, he said, "Don't be afraid, it's our people outside." Mo Suiyin looked at Mo Xiaobao, who was dressed in plain clothes, and then looked at Qin Lai, who looked exactly like Mo Xiaobao, and was dressed in black brocade clothes, and looked more like Ding Wang Fu's heir than Mo Xiaobao. He was speechless. Mo Xiaobao didn't care about Mo Suiyun's shock at all. He smiled and put his hand on Mo Suiyun's shoulder. "Good brother, thank you very much." No matter how stupid Mo Suiyun was, he knew that he was being used. He angrily pushed away Mo Xiaobao's hand, pointed at Qin Lai, and asked, "Who is he?" Mo Xiaobao smiled and said, "This is not important. Don't they look alike? Like twin brothers? This isn't easy to do." Mo Suiyin looked at Qin Lai for a long time before saying, "Such a perfect disguise. No wonder Uncle Prince Ding could fool Genom of Gojoseon and Kingly." Mo Xiaobao smiled and pulled Qin Lai's face. "This is especially hard to do. Normal people can't learn it." "I don't know it either." Qin Lai raised his hand and slapped away Mo Xiaobao's hand that was messing around on his face. "He's shorter than you." Mo Suiyun looked carefully for a long time before saying, "He's Qin Lai." When the word short was mentioned, the aura around Qin Lai's body immediately turned cold. Although his face couldn't be seen because of his disguise, just by looking at the cold light in his eyes, one could tell that this was Qin Lai's sore spot. In terms of age, Qin Lai was the oldest among them, but in terms of height, he was only about the same height as Su Jirue. Su Jirue wasn't even 10 years old yet. Not being tall was every man's pain. Boys were the same too. Seeing that Qin Lai was about to explode, Mo Xiaobao hurriedly pressed him down and smiled. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. Little Emperor, it was a slip of the tongue. We can't afford to pay for it. Mr. Shin also said that you started martial arts too early and matured late. After 16, you'll start to grow." Being comforted by a little brat who was several years younger than him, Qin Lai didn't feel comforted at all. Su Jie stood by the side and looked at them with his arms crossed. He said unhappily, "Are you leaving or not? Do you think this is your home?" Mo Xiaobao smiled and said, "Go. You and Qin Lai go. I will stay with the little emperor." "Nonsense." Su Jirue glared at him coldly. He had the demeanor of the second son of the Su family. Mo Xiaobao's face drooped. "Brother Jirue, if we leave now, how are we going to play when Zhao Zhifeng comes back and finds out?" Su Jirue said, "Didn't you find something? Go back and hand it over to Uncle Prince Ding's husband, and he can come here directly to arrest them. What's there to catch? I don't know which rat hole Mo Jingli is hiding in. If I run away, he definitely won't come out. Otherwise, who knows what kind of destruction he'll cause. If he gets angry and kills people in Glass City, what will happen to Xiner and Lin Er's first birthday banquet? Also, Royal Father said that we have to put on a good show tonight to scare those old men who don't know the severity of the situation. If the show is lost, I will die a horrible death," Mo Xiaobao said righteously. Su Jirue rolled his eyes. "Then what do you want?" Mo Xiaobao took out the book and stuffed it into Su Jirue's arms. "You go back with Qin Lai first and give this to my royal father and mother. I will stay here and see how powerful this Mo Jingli is." Mo Suiyun didn't agree. "If you want to stay, then stay. I don't want to stay here and risk my life with you." Mo Xiaobao looked at Mo Suiyun with a fake smile. "Brother, you are wrong. We are clearly on the same boat. How can you run away before leaving?" Mo Suiyun said, "I only agreed to cooperate with you to bring you here, but I didn't agree to accompany you to catch Mo Jingli." Mo Xiaobao's delicate little face instantly turned sinister. He grabbed Mo Suiyun's collar and shook it hard. "Oomph. You want to leave after boarding this prince's pirate ship? Do you want to do it or not? Do you want to do it or not? If you don't want to do it, do you believe that I will shout loudly and tell Mo Jingli that you are working with me to trick him?" Mo Suiyun waved his hand away in exasperation. "You lunatic. You don't want to live anymore." Mo Xiaobao stared at him with a slightly wretched smile. If Mo Jingli really comes, I might be able to escape with my life. But it's hard to say for you. I understand. Mo Suiyin gritted his teeth and glared at Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao nodded in satisfaction. That a good boy. Stay here obediently and accompany me. I can guarantee your safety. How does the saying go? For a brother, you are willing to sacrifice yourself, right? Aren't we good brothers? Hey, who's your good brother? If I'm your brother, I'll only be stabbed by you a few times. After settling Mo Suiyun, Mo Xiaobao sat on the soft couch and waved his hand at Su Zhiruei and Qin Ran. All right, Qin Lai, come with me and change your clothes. Then you two can go back first. Qin Lai looked at him indifferently and said, I'll stay. You go back. Mo Xiaobao puffed up his little bun face and stared at the face that was exactly the same as his. I'm the prince. I have a final say. You secretly disguised yourself as this prince and ran out. This prince hasn't settled the score with you yet. Qin Lai looked at him indifferently and said, What is it that you can do, but I can't do? You don't have to stay here personally. Other than not being as wretched and vile as a certain person, he wasn't worse than Mo Xiaobao in any other aspect. He wasn't older than Mo Xiaobao for nothing. No, he still wanted to see that pervert Mo Jingli. Lord Father told him a very interesting thing. He wanted to verify it himself. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Qin Lai was too lazy to speak and casually pulled out the dagger that Su Zhiruei used to defend himself and pressed it against his neck. Go. Mo Xiaobao was stunned and wanted to say something, but Qin Lai pressed the dagger down a bit more, almost piercing his neck. Are you going or not? Mo Xiaobao was dumbfounded. For the first time in his life, he found that he was being threatened. Moreover, the person who threatened him was threatening him with his own life. How ridiculous. You're not even my wife. Mo Xiaobao cursed in his heart. But the one wearing shoes was afraid of the barefoot, and the barefoot was afraid of the one who didn't care for his life. Compared to Mo Xiaobao, who liked to play tricks on others, Qin Lai was the one who didn't care for his life. After being stunned for a moment, Mo Xiaobao was finally defeated. He could only unwillingly glare at Qin Lai and walk to Su Zhirui's side. Seeing Mo Xiaobao defeated, Mo Suiyun became happy instead. Jin finally knows why you're so crazy. Because you guys aren't normal people. Coming out of the study, Mo Xiaobao saw the two guards standing at the door and wasn't surprised at all. It's been hard on you guys. It's not hard. It's what this subordinate should do. One of the guards replied seriously. He silently said in his heart, Little Shitsi, the best consolation for us is that you don't cause too much trouble. Mo Xiaobao nodded his head and said, Protect the people inside. Zhiruei, let's go. Su Zhiruei speechlessly followed Mo Xiaobao. Even if this study is remote and people rarely come here, you don't have to be so carefree as if it's your own backyard. Chapter 1088. Tonight, the entire Prince Ding mansion was ablaze with lights. The main hall in the front yard of the Prince Ding mansion, which was used for entertaining guests, was also full of guests. Sitting at the head of the table were naturally Mo, Xiaoyao, and Yili. On the right side were Mr. Qin Yun and the Su family. On the left side were Chan Xiufu, Su Qingshun, and the important civil and military officials of the Prince Ding mansion. Further down were the guests and envoys of various countries. Below, Mo Suiyun and Mo Jingyu sat in the seats of the guests of the Chu state, but both of them looked a little absent-minded. Opposite them, in the seats of the West Hill envoys, an official behind, Lei Tengfeng whispered in Lei Tingfeng's ear, I haven't seen the little heir of the Prince Ding mansion all day. Lei Tingfeng looked up and saw that the seat belonging to the little heir, Mo Yuchen, was still empty below Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. And he didn't seem to see Mo Yuchen when the two children were doing their homework at noon. Lei Tingfeng glanced at the calm Mo Xiaoyao and Yili, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, We're guests. Don't worry about these things. Lei Tingfeng didn't care, but it didn't mean that others didn't care. A man from the western region stood up and asked curiously, Prince Ding, why don't I see the little prince of your mansion? It was no wonder that these envoys were curious. The western region didn't have much contact with the Central Plains. Others had seen Mo Xiaobao once or twice, but these envoys had never seen Mo Xiaobao. Naturally, they were very curious about the future heir of the Prince Ding mansion. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "The heir is not feeling well and will come later." It was just a simple sentence, but everyone present could understand the meaning and thoughts behind it. Thus, some people's expressions changed slightly. Some looked pensive, and some looked worried. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at the crowd below, and his gaze paused for a moment on Mo Jingyu and Mo Suiyun. Mo Jingyu and Mo Suiyun immediately felt a heavy pressure pressing down on them, as if it was real. Mo Suiyun's face paled, and he hurriedly lowered his head. The wine cup in Mo Jingyu's hand shook, and some fine wine spilled out onto his sleeves. Ignoring the gazes of the people around him, Mo Jingyu hurriedly put down his wine glass and clenched his fists tightly under the table. Mo Xiaoyao stood up, raised a glass of wine, and smiled. "Today is the first birthday of my son, Yufeng, and my daughter, Yuya. Thank you all for coming from afar. I and the princess consort propose a toast to everyone." Beside Mo Xiaoyao, Yili also raised her wine cup and proposed a toast to the guests below. Everyone hurriedly stood up and said, "We should be the ones wishing the heir and princess a happy birthday." The guests and the host drank a cup, and the hall instantly became lively. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand, and the maids wearing the Prince Ding mansion's uniform immediately came forward to pour wine for everyone. The sound of musical instruments faintly sounded in the hall, and beautiful dancers started to dance. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. After a song and dance ended, the envoys from various countries came forward to present their congratulatory gifts. The gifts from the Prince Ding mansion subordinates were naturally normal. Some were treasures that symbolized peace and joy, and there were also some interesting things among them. However, the gifts from the various countries were different. Not only did they flaunt their country's treasures, they also faintly had the intention of competing with other countries. The northern tribes had just fought an earth-shattering battle with the Prince Ding mansion and had suffered heavy casualties. However, they were also the country that was most anxious to repair their relationship with the Prince Ding mansion. Hence, the northern tribes were the first country to present gifts, and the gifts were not ordinary. The moment the two boxes were opened, the contents of the boxes shocked everyone present. In the cage on the left was a snow-white, flawless, and adorable blue-eyed fox. On the other side, in a box, there was indeed a huge green lotus flower. Although this lotus flower had been plucked, it was still in full bloom in a box carved from cold jade, as if it had just been plucked from pond. Beside the lotus flower was a dark green lotus seed pod. The others were fine, but when Shen Yang and Dr. Lin saw the items in the jade box, their eyes immediately lit up. Yelu Hong smiled and said, "These are the treasures of the northern tribes, the blue-eyed snow fox and the fiery lotus. We wish the little prince and princess a happy birthday." The crowd was in an uproar. Needless to say, the fiery lotus had a deep relationship with the Prince Ding mansion. There was even a time when Mo Xiaoyao's life depended on this lotus flower. However, after Yili found a replacement for the sky-falling flower, the idea of plucking the fiery lotus was never mentioned again. However, the fiery lotus was not as simple as an antidote to frost poison. If it was in the hands of a godly doctor like Shen Yang, its effects would not be inferior to the sky-falling flower. As for the blue-eyed snow fox, it was known as the treasure of the northern tribes. Even in the northern tribes, it was rarely seen. It was said that it lived on the snowy peak of the western tribes, just like the fiery lotus. Ordinary people would be lucky enough to be able to catch a glimpse of it. The fur of the blue-eyed snow fox was even more precious in the western regions. It was priceless. Not only was the blue-eyed snow fox smart and cute, its fur, flesh, and even blood were all treasures. The people in the Central Plains were fine, but many of the envoys from the western regions were envious of the little fox in the white jade cage. Yili smiled and nodded. "Thank you for the trouble, Crown Prince Yelu. Xin, will definitely like the gift from your highness. Although Exant was still young, it was not suitable for her to get close to pets, but this blue-eyed snow fox was still young. In a few years, when Exant grew up, she would be a good companion. Yilu Hong smiled. How could that be? On behalf of my royal father, this prince congratulates Prince Ding and Princess Consort. At the same time, this prince hopes that our two countries will be prosperous and peaceful. Mo Xiuyao smiled faintly. This prince offers a toast to the crown prince. Yilu Hong nodded and raised his wine cup. It should be me who proposes a toast to Prince Ding. Please. Everyone present knew that the Prince Ding mansion and the northern tribes had signed a peace treaty. Yilu Hong's declaration was just for the sake of the envoys present. It meant that the dispute between the Prince Ding mansion and the northern tribes would end here. After all, the northern tribes had been weakened by the Prince Ding mansion, and there were many small countries in the western regions that were eyeing them covetously. In this world, no one could easily live a peaceful life. Then, Lei Tingfeng and Mo Jingyu also came forward to present their gifts. They were all rare treasures. Although Princess Anxi and Pu had not found the little prince's whereabouts, they also presented their gifts appropriately. However, given the relationship between Princess Anxi and the Prince Ding mansion and the Su family, their gifts were naturally not as scheming as the others. They only gave a few precious specialties from Nanjiao. Later on, the envoys from the western regions presented even more strange gifts. Many of them were things that the people of the Central Plains had never seen before. It was an eye-opener for many people. Although Prince Ding had no intention of ascending the throne, it was already a grand occasion where people from all over the world came to congratulate him. In the midst of the singing and dancing, some of the guests suddenly groaned in pain while holding their abdomens. Soon, like a plague, more than half of the people in the hall had collapsed. After a while, the remaining half also collapsed. Everyone seemed to have been stripped of their bones, lying weakly on the ground, unable to move. Only Mo Xiuyao, who was the most powerful among them, was still sitting steadily. However, his expression was not good. Chapter 1089. Prince Ding, what's going on? The envoys of the western regions clearly did not expect to encounter such a situation. They looked warily at Mo Xiuyao, who was sitting in the main hall. They thought that the Central Plains people were plotting something, but when they saw that the Su family and the Prince Ding mansion's trusted aides had all collapsed, they couldn't help but feel even more confused. Mo Xiuyao sat in a wide chair, one hand supporting Yi Li, who was leaning on him. He said calmly, I also want to know what's going on. Mo Jingli, are you still not coming out? Ha ha. Mo Xiuyao, you've finally fallen into my hands. At the entrance of the main hall, a man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe walked in. He looked at the guests who had collapsed in a mess with a smug expression. Mo Jingli waved his hand, and many men wearing black clothes and holding swords rushed in, surrounding the main hall. Mo Jingli walked to the center of the main hall proudly and looked up at Mo Xiuyao. His Ming Emperor's dragon robe shone brightly under the candlelight. Other than his pale face, Mo Jingli really did have the aura of an emperor. Mo Xiuyao, you didn't expect this, did you? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. In the end, the winner is still me. Mo Xiuyao looked calmly at his smug face and said calmly, I don't see what you have to be so proud of. Mo Jingli laughed coldly. Mo Xiuyao, you don't need to put on an act to scare me. Can you still move? My agarwood intoxication will poison the stronger the person. If you could still move, would you still be sitting there talking to me? Mo Xiuyao lowered his eyes and smiled. If that's the case, why don't you come up and try? Mo Jingli's eyes narrowed. He stared warily at Mo Xiuyao for a while, then laughed and said, You're right. I don't dare to come up, so you don't need to provoke me. I don't even need to come up to kill you. Mo Xiuyao nodded and said, So, the so-called Emperor Chu is a piece of trash that even a person who has lost all of his internal energy is afraid of? No wonder the Chu State's Empress Dowager and her subjects wanted to depose you. If it was I would have crippled you 800 years ago. Compared to Mo Jingqi, you're still lacking. Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with anger. If the person he hated the most in his life was Mo Xiaoyao, then what he hated the most was people saying that he was inferior to Mo Jingqi. He could admit that he was inferior to Mo Xiaoyao, but he never thought that he was inferior to Mo Jingqi. What? It's a pity that he's dead, and soon you'll be dead too. 100 years later, the people of the world will not think that I am inferior to you. They will only know that I defeated Mo Jingqi and you, Mo Xiaoyao. I am a true number one person in the world. Speaking of pride, Mo Jingli did not forget to look at Yili beside Mo Xiaoyao. He smiled and said, "Yili, don't you think so?" Yili calmly looked at him and lightly said, "If you think so, then so be it." It was just a simple sentence, but it caused Mo Jingli's expression to change 3 times in an instant. This was because Yi Li's words and tone were like she was telling a madman that everything he said was right. "Yi Li, come down. I can spare your life. Don't try any tricks. Your internal strength is not strong. Even if you use a bit of strength, it's not like you can't move." Mo Jingli stared at Yi Li and said in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao held Yi Li's waist and looked at Mo Jingli with a cold light in his eyes. "You don't need to worry about Yi Li's life. If you have the time, you should worry about yourself. Or did I not teach you enough lessons?" Mo Jingli was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became strange. After a while, he finally began to laugh. He pointed at Mo Xiaoyao and said in a fierce voice, "Mo Xiaoyao, you're still so arrogant. Even now, you can't save your own life. So how can you save Yi Li? I will definitely make you die an ugly death today. Yi Li, come here. I can let bygones be bygones." Yi Li raised her eyes and looked at him as she calmly said, "How is it that this consort doesn't know of anything that requires this distinguished one to let bygones be bygones?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Mo Jingli's eyes. "Do you think that Mo Xiaoyao can still protect you right now?" Yi Li smiled without saying anything. She calmly leaned against Mo Xiaoyao's shoulder and ignored Mo Jingli. Mo Xiaoyao held Yi Li's waist with one hand and played with the wine cup in his hand with the other. He looked at Mo Jingli and said, "I am very curious. How did you poison her?" In the Prince Ding mansion, it was definitely not easy to poison someone. Otherwise, the people in the Prince Ding mansion would have been poisoned hundreds of times already. In the wine? That's not right. Even the people who didn't drink were poisoned. It's in the candle. Mo Jingli's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Prince Ding is truly quick-witted. This colorless and tasteless agarwood was not wasted after all. It's a pity that Prince Ding doesn't know about it now. Don't you think that it's too late? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "Even so, it's impossible for your people to do it. Who else can step forward now? Let us see what kind of people would dare to do such a thing behind Ai's back." The hall was completely silent. No one stood up. This scene made Mo Jingli feel like he had lost all face. These people had helped him in secret, but now that Mo Xiaoyao was about to die, these people still didn't dare to step forward and openly stand behind him. Mo Jingli didn't know that in these people's eyes, unless they saw Prince Ding's head being separated from his body, they wouldn't have the courage to stand out and openly betray the Prince Ding mansion. Mo Xiaoyao has already been poisoned. What are you afraid of? Mo Jingli said coldly, looking at the people present with a threatening gaze. Not long after, one person stood up, then another. In a short while, there were more than 10 people who stood up. Among them, there were the heads of famous families who couldn't be placed in important positions, as well as officials. There was also a former general of the Dechu state who had surrendered to the Mahist army. It was clear that these people were pretending to be poisoned. Mo Xiaoyao's gaze swept over these people indifferently, finally landing on Mo Jingyu, who was still lying on the side. He said indifferently, "King Yu, you should also get up." Mo Jingyu was startled. Finally, he sighed slightly and stood up. Mo Jingli looked at him proudly and said with a smile, "Mo Xiaoyao, do you see? Do you think that everyone will be loyal to you and that everyone will be afraid of you? Aren't there still so many people who have betrayed you?" Mo Xiaoyao said with a calm expression, "Betrayal? I never planned to use them. What kind of betrayal is that? A bunch of trash. If you like them, then take them. Otherwise, you can ask them if they know any secrets about the Princeton mansion, or if they know any information about the Mahist army. Or, even if I were to die now, do they have a way to send you out of Glass City alive? Hearing Imo Xiaoyao's words, the faces of the people who stood up became even more unsightly. Imo Jingli's expression changed. He sneered, "Since I dared to enter the Princeton mansion, I didn't plan on leaving alive. But to be able to drag you, Imo Xiaoyao, and so many people here down with me, my death is worth it." Chapter 1090. Then, congratulations, Imo Xiaoyao said without much sincerity. Imo Jingli stared irritably at Imo Xiaoyao, who was sitting on the throne. A sense of helplessness rose in his heart. It had been like this since he was young. It was as if he could never gain the upper hand in front of Imo Xiaoyao. No matter how bad Imo Xiaoyao's situation was, in this dangerous situation, it was as if the one who always lost was him. If he had Ling Taihan's, or even Mu Qingsong's strength, he could take this opportunity to rush up and stab Imo Xiaoyao. But even in this situation, he still didn't dare to get close to Imo Xiaoyao. He was afraid of Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Jingli couldn't help but admit this in his heart. This was a fact that he had always been ashamed to admit. Kill him for Zhen. Seeing Imo Xiaoyao's calm appearance, Imo Jingli suddenly lost his patience and became more and more annoyed. A black-clothed man stepped forward and cautiously walked up the throne room. But when he saw that Imo Xiaoyao didn't react, he became more confident that Imo Xiaoyao was poisoned. He gathered his courage and took a few steps forward. The man was so agitated that the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. No one would be able to remain calm if they wanted to kill Prince Ding with their own hands. He finally drew his sword and slashed towards Imo Xiaoyao. No one saw Imo Xiaoyao make a move, but they heard the black-clothed man scream. He was thrown down from the throne room and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. It was clear that he had been thrown down by someone with extremely high internal strength. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that Imo Xiaoyao was fine, they didn't know if they should feel lucky or regretful. Imo Jingli's expression turned even uglier. "You're not poisoned?" Imo Xiaoyao ignored Imo Jingli's question and said indifferently, "You can't kill I. Now, what do you want to do?" Imo Jingli's face was extremely ugly. After a while, he sneered, "So what if I can't kill you? We don't believe that they aren't poisoned like you. Kill them all." The men in black who came with Imo Jingli were all fugitives who knew that they were going to die. When they heard Imo Jingli's order, they didn't care who the guests were and directly drew their swords to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows pierced through the air. At the same time, the guests all stood up. Those who knew martial arts stood up to fight back, while those who did not know martial arts dodged. In just a few moments, the men in black that Imo Jingli had brought with him all fell to the ground. He was not subdued by the guests present. Instead, he fell to the ground like the previous guests. "This what's going on?" Imo Jingli said angrily. Although he wasn't completely poisoned, the people around him, including Imo Jingyu, weren't spared. "You have the nerve to use such a small trick like the Agarwood intoxication." Xin Yang's voice came from a corner of the hall. The Agarwood intoxication is indeed a very good knockout drug. It's colorless and tasteless. It can be mixed in water and can be burned. It's a pity that the antidote is easy to find. And the most common antidote is the ice jade orchid. But if one takes the antidote made from the agarwood fruit and smells the ice jade orchid, it will become another type of poison. Everyone then realized that the flowers used to decorate the hall were all orchids, and more than half of them were ice jade orchids. Only the ice jade orchid was a type of orchid with very small flowers. It was placed among many other expensive orchids, and if one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Imo Jingli's face turned black. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xinyang, as expected, it's you who spoiled our plans again." Xinyang smiled and said, "Prince Li is too kind. It's just a coincidence." Coincidence my ass. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Mo Xiaoyao clearly knew of his plan long ago. He even knew clearly what kind of poison he was going to use. Prince Ding really has good methods. In order to capture us, he didn't hesitate to risk the lives of so many guests. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth and said, if he didn't care about anything when he first came in and just slashed randomly, even if Mo Xiaoyao had people secretly protecting him, he definitely wouldn't be able to protect every single one of them. As expected, when these words were said, the guests' faces turned ugly. They didn't care if Prince Ding wanted to capture Mo Jingli, but if he used their lives as bait, that was too much. Prince Ding, what do you mean by this? The envoy from the western regions knew Mo Xiaoyao the least, so he took the initiative to question him. Mo Xiaoyao smiled calmly and said, I've frightened everyone. It's just that the song and dance are boring, so I invited everyone to watch a good show. I guarantee that no one will be hurt. What guarantee does Prince Ding have? Someone asked sharply. Based on the fact that no one is hurt. Genom King of Gojoseon crowned Prince Yelu, Queen of Nanjiao, Princess Ilan. What do you think? Mo Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Lei Tingfeng sighed and said, I admit defeat. Prince Ding is brilliant. I concede defeat. Yelu Hong was even more direct. This humble prince admits defeat. I'll add another 1,000 horses to Prince Ding. Since the horses had already been given, there wasn't much of a difference between 10,000 and 11,000 horses. Yelu Hong admitted that he could afford to lose. Princess Anqi was worried about her child. She nodded slightly and said, I concede defeat as well. Princess Ilan blinked and giggled. Everyone's eyes lit up and shone brightly. It's said that the people of the Central Plains are very smart. Prince Ding is the smartest among them. I concede defeat as well. Within 2 years, I'll charge you 20% less for the furs and herbs that my northern tribe sells to the Prince Ding mansion. Mo Xiao nodded satisfactorily and said with a smile, Thank you. Since all of you are so generous, this prince will kindly accept it. Mo Xiao. Mo Jingli couldn't help but roar. How could he not understand that he had been tricked by Mo Xiao? He was even used as a bet with the northern tribes and Nanjiao Shieling. Such humiliation almost made Mo Jingli lose his mind. Mo Jingyu, who had fallen to the ground, was pale and unfocused. It's over, Mo Xiaoyao said leisurely. Jingli, I told you more than 10 years ago that you shouldn't do things that require you to use your brain. That's not suitable for you. With your personality, if you have the upper hand, how can you make a clean move without humiliating I? If I were you, I wouldn't even enter this hall. I'd just shoot arrows from outside. Do you think I only have these bargaining chips? Mo Jingli sneered. Although he was extremely angry, Mo Jingli was no longer a teenager. He quickly controlled his anger. Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows and said, What else do you want to say? Oh, right, the Prince of Nanjiao is in your hands, right? Mo Jingli sneered, but didn't say anything. Mo Xiaoyao didn't care. He said calmly, So what if he's in your hands? That child is in Glass City, right? Whose house are you hiding in? I don't believe you have many strongholds in Glass City. You, who can tell I where Mo Jingli is hiding the Prince of Nanjiao? Mo Xiaoyao looked down at the people below him. No one spoke for a while. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and said, No one is willing to say? I wonder if your family members are willing to say? Everyone's expression changed. Most of them were the heads or important figures of famous families. Their families were definitely not as simple as a normal family with a few dozen people. Hundreds of people were implicated. The calamity of extermination, everyone trembled. Chapter 1091. Mo Jingli smiled coldly and said, What do you think they know? Mo Xiaoyao leisurely leaned into the chair. As he played with Yi Li's slender hand, he said with a smile, Jingli, you've suffered at the hands of these people, but you still don't remember. Do you think that because you have something on them, they will be obedient to you? You think that when they work for you, they won't keep something for themselves? Mo Jingli's expression froze. He swept his gaze across the people on the ground. Many people uncomfortably avoided his gaze. Mo Jingli's heart sank. In the hall, Mo Xiaoyao clapped his hands and said, "Now, we will tell the whereabouts of the little prince of Nanzhao." The hall was silent for a moment. Finally, a person climbed up shakily. "Prince, Prince, have mercy. This official will speak." "Ah?" Before he finished speaking, he was kicked out by Mo Jingli, who was standing to the side. The person who spoke was just a scholar who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Even though Mo Jingli wasn't a top expert, his martial arts weren't weak either. Kicking him was like playing around. He raised his leg and sent the person flying. He crashed into a nearby pillar and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Jingli smiled coldly and said, "Idiot, you think that if you speak, Mo Xiaoyao will let you go." Mo Xiaoyao shrugged and showed a rare sincerity. "I can let you die more comfortably." In other words, whether they spoke or not, they would die. It was just a matter of how they died. Therefore, the restless crowd fell silent again. Mo Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry. He slowly stood and walked down the hall. His unhurried footsteps gave people an indescribable feeling of pressure. Even the aggressive Mo Jingli couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When he realized his actions, Mo Jingli's face turned green and purple. "Official Zhao." Mo Xiaoyao walked in front of Zhao Zhifeng and said with a smile, "Prince, Prince?" Zhao Zhifeng's face was pale as he replied in a trembling voice, "Where is the little prince of Nanzhao?" Mo Xiaoyao asked. Zhao Zhifeng shook his head and said, This official doesn't know." "Don't know?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows unhappily and said, "Then what do you know?" Zhao Zhifeng's gaze. He didn't dare meet Mo's eyes. He begged, This official doesn't know anything. Princesses have mercy." This official was muddle-headed and won't dare again. Mo Xiaoyao looked at him with a lowered brow. He sighed and said coolly, "Throw the entire Zhao family into prison. Choose a day to execute them." Finishing, Mo Xiaoyao didn't look at Zhao Zhifeng as though he had no interest in him. Everyone on the ground stilled. They clearly hadn't thought that Prince Ding's interrogation would be so clean and efficient. Or rather, Prince Ding didn't care about the result at all. "No. Your Highness, this old official knows his mistake. Your Highness, please spare my life." Zhao Zhifeng cried. Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao didn't even spare him a glance, he turned his gaze to Yi Li, who was sitting in the main hall. "Your Highness, this old official was wrong. Wang Fei, please have mercy on this official and his family. They are all innocent. Wang Fei, please have mercy on them." Yi Li sighed slightly. She looked sideways at Master Qing Yun and smiled faintly. "Grandfather, this place is chaotic. Let fifth younger brother accompany you back to your room to rest." Master Qing Yun was old and didn't want to see too much blood, but he knew that today's situation wouldn't end so easily. He sighed deeply and nodded. "Qing Yin, come with me." Fifth young Master Su, who had been watching the show with wide eyes, looked at Yi Li with grievance. But he couldn't disobey his grandfather's orders. He could only help Master Qing Yun out. When Master Qing Yun's figure disappeared from the back of the hall, Yi Li turned her head to look at Zhao Zhifeng, who was still begging. She asked coolly, "Official Zhao said that your family is innocent. Do you know how many people would have died if your plan had succeeded? When Official Zhao did this, did he think for a moment that these people were innocent? I'm afraid you were thinking more about the benefits you would receive if you succeeded, right?" Zhao Zhifeng was speechless. Yi Li took out a thin piece of paper from her sleeve and smiled faintly. "This Fei has something here. Official Zhao should take a look." Yi Li's bodyguard came forward to take the paper. Yi Li waved her hand and stood up. She walked down the hall steps and personally handed the paper to Zhao Zhifeng. Zhao Zhifeng couldn't help but tremble when he saw it. Yi Li only gave him a thin piece of paper, but he recognized that it was from a book he had hidden in a secret compartment in his study. And the things recorded in that book were things that he couldn't reveal to outsiders. Once the things in that book were made public, even if Prince Ding spared his life, he wouldn't be able to live. I'll talk. The young Shitsi has been captured. He's hidden in one of my side courtyards outside the city. The young prince of Nanzhao. This official really doesn't know where he is. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Although the young Shitsi of the Princeton mansion didn't appear all day, which had already caused many people to speculate, they didn't expect that he was really captured by Mo Jingli. Hearing Zhao Zhifeng's words, Mo Jingli didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. Zhao Zhifeng, do you think Mo Yuqin is still in your side courtyard? Do you really think Zhen will believe you so much? Zhao Zhifeng was silent. Mo Jingli was suspicious. It wasn't impossible for him to send someone to secretly take Mo Xiaobao away after he transferred him. How is it? Mo Xiaoyao, did you win this round or Zhen? Looking at Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, Mo Jingli sneered. Mo Xiaoyao held Yi Li's hand and looked at Mo Jingli indifferently. Mo Jingli also knew that he couldn't take advantage of Mo Xiaoyao here today. He stared hatefully at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "Get out of here, let Zhen out. Otherwise, just wait to collect your son's corpse." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "I had someone bring a message to you before. Now it seems that you didn't hear it." Mo Jingli was stunned and finally remembered what Mo Xiaoyao meant. He sneered and said, "If Zhen can't even live, why should Jin care about him?" Mo Xiaoyao frowned and finally nodded. "Fine," I said, "the longer you live, the more painful it will be. Since you don't believe me, then go out. I promise that in the 15 minutes after you leave the Prince Ding mansion, no one will do anything to you." Mo Jingli stared at Mo Xiaoyao cautiously, clearly not believing his promise. Mo Xiaoyao didn't mind and pulled Yi Li back to the main hall. "You're really not afraid that I'll kill your son?" Mo Jingli asked. He didn't believe that Mo Xiaoyao would let him go so easily. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "You can try. You think I don't dare?" Mo Jingli gritted his teeth and said. Mo Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. "I said that you can try." Whether or not he could kill him. Mo Jingli hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he abandoned his poisoned subordinates and rushed out. Mo Xiaoyao didn't care about his departure. With a wave of his hand, people immediately came to clean up the main hall and brought in fresh fruits, pastries, and wine. The men in black who came with Mo Jingli and the people who betrayed the Prince Ding mansion with Mo Jingli were naturally moved out as well. In less than 15 minutes, the main hall returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1092. I was just joking with all of you. I've frightened all of you. I would like to punish myself with a cup of wine and apologize to all of you. In the main hall, Mo Xiaoyao raised his wine cup and smiled as he spoke to the people in the hall. The guests in the hall looked at the man in white with hair as white as snow and only felt a cold wind blowing over their heads. They also stood up in confusion and drank a cup with Mo Xiaoyao. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao calmly chatting and laughing with everyone, even the princess consort sat beside him with a faint smile, as if she was completely unaffected by the news of the little heir's capture. This made everyone doubt the authenticity of the news of the little heir's capture. But if this was fake, why would Prince Ding let Mo Jingli go at this time? "Prince, what do you think Prince Ding wants to do?" The official behind, Lei Tengfeng, glanced at the little emperor, Mo Suiyun, who was sitting alone, and asked in a low voice. Lei Tengfeng smiled faintly and said, "Cleaning up, establishing power, and, at the same time, playing around with Mo Jingli. It has nothing to do with us. Don't pay attention to it." The West Hills' current situation did not require any more calculations and risks. What they needed was stability. As long as they could stabilize the current situation and protect the West Hills' vitality, nothing else mattered. Playing around with Mo Jingli? The official stuttered. Obviously, he could not accept Lei Tengfeng's conclusion. Creating such a commotion when the various countries came to congratulate them was a slap to the Prince Ding mansion's face. Would anyone really play around with such a thing? Lei Tengfeng sighed and said helplessly, "It's really because Mo Xiaoyao really treated this matter as a joke. That's why. It's even scarier. To treat such an important occasion and matter as a joke. One was either muddle-headed and incompetent, or one did not care about the enemy at all. Mo Xiaoyao was obviously the latter. That official understood what Lei Tingfeng meant and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked respectfully at Mo Xiaoyao. Prince Ding is so sure that nothing will happen to him. Among the people who attended the banquet tonight, it was not a small matter if any of them were injured, not to mention that the young heir of the Prince Ding mansion was among them. Lei Tingfeng shook his head. He had never felt that he understood Mo Xiaoyao, and perhaps he would never understand him. In the hall, Su Qingshan glanced at Mo Xiaoyao and said indifferently, "Aren't you guys going to take a look?" Mo Xiaoyao laughed. "There's no need to rush. Let him jump around for a while." It was obvious that he was treating Lei Tingfeng as if he were walking a puppy. "Don't overdo it," Su Qingshan reminded him. Even though Mo Xiaobao was very smart and had people secretly protecting him, he was still a child. If Mo Jingli was driven into a corner and did something to hurt Xiaobao, the losses would outweigh the gains. Mo Xiaoyao helplessly pulled Yi Li up and smiled. "All right, we'll go take a look. We'll have to trouble Brother Qingshan here." Seeing Mo Xiaoyao stand up, the people who were still discussing paused. They heard Mo Xiaoyao say with a smile, "Everyone, I and Princess Consort still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. We'll have to trouble young Master Qingshan to accompany us. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves." Mo Xiaoyao spoke very politely and tactfully, but it did not prevent the people from understanding. "I was going to deal with Mo Jingli. If you don't want to die, then stay here obediently." Seeing Prince Ding leaving leisurely with the princess consort, everyone turned their gaze towards young Master Qingshan. Young Master Qingshan smiled indifferently, looking handsome and otherworldly. "Everyone, please feel free. This one will first toast everyone. Please. Young Master Qingshan, please." Glass City was also bustling with noise and excitement tonight. It was the first birthday of the two princes and princess of the Prince Ding mansion, and all the people were celebrating together. Although it was already late, the important streets of Glass City were still crowded with people, as if it was a festival. There were also many people who were praying for the princes and princesses in various ways. From this, one could see the Prince Ding mansion's status and reputation in the hearts of the people of the Northwest. Mo Jingli quickly shuttled through the dark alleys of Glass City. He had already taken off the dazzling dragon robe he was wearing, and he was only wearing a dark inner robe. If Mo Jingli was like a complacent emperor at the banquet, the current Mo Jingli was like a disheveled stray dog. Mo Xiaoyao kept his promise and knew that no one would stop him from leaving the Prince Ding mansion. However, this did not make Mo Jingli feel at ease. He always felt that there were countless Mahist army, Shadow Guard, and Qi Lin secretly following him, ready to catch him off guard at any time. Fortunately, it was already May, and he was only wearing his inner robe, so he did not feel cold at all. Mo Jingli walked through the darkest alleys of Glass City, so he did not attract much attention. After walking through the alleys for more than an hour, Mo Jingli thought that he had shaken off the people following him at the Prince Ding mansion. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and use his qin gong to head in another direction. In a secret room, two children who looked exactly the same sat on the side of the simple bed. In their hands, they were holding a baby who was sleeping soundly in swaddling clothes. Mo Xiaobao looked at the baby in Qin Lai's arms and couldn't help but reach out to poke his little face, so ugly. Qin Lai said coolly, "You looked like this when you were little." Mo Xiaobao did not believe it. "That's impossible. Lin and Exen were very pretty when they were little." Qin Lai said, "This only proves that the second prince and the little master are better looking than you." Mo Xiaobao snorted and proudly glanced at his little face, saying, "You don't need to be jealous of this prince's extraordinary handsomeness. Don't you look the same as this prince now?" Qin Lai looked at the ceiling of the secret room and rolled his eyes. Mo Xiaobao looked outside and frowned, saying, "Mo Jingli will be back soon. Let's take this little demon and leave quickly." A certain person's biggest mistake was not knowing that a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows and put all his chips in one place. Therefore, Immerse Xiaobao brought people to follow Qin Lai and coincidentally found the little prince of Nanzhao Kingdom who had been missing for several days. After leaving Princess Anqi, the little prince had suffered a lot. Immerse Jingli naturally did not know how to take care of children, nor would he treat other people's children well. He just maintained a state where he would not starve to death. When Immerse Xiaobao found him, Qin Lai was busy coaxing the child. Reality proved that even though Qin Lai had been trained to follow the Princeton mansion since he was young, he was far inferior to Immerse Xiaobao when it came to coaxing children. At least Immerse Xiaobao had 2 younger siblings to practice with. After successfully coaxing the little prince whose voice was hoarse from crying to sleep, Immerse Xiaobao discussed with Qin Lai how to retreat. Qin Lai said coolly, "This courtyard is filled with Immerse Jingli's people. You being able to enter does not mean you can leave. Also, you have a child with you." A half-year-old baby did not know anything. Once he woke up, he would definitely cry endlessly. Also, this child was too young and too weak. Qin Lai did not dare to take the risk with him. Immerse Xiaobao lowered his head in dejection. "I made a bet with Royal Father that I could not use the Shadow Guard and Qilin." Qin Lai resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "You used such an important matter to bet?" Immerse Xiaobao pointed his finger guiltily. "It's only because it's important that I bet." Royal Father would not lower himself to make a bet with him over a small matter. Chapter 1093. What are you betting? If I win, I don't need to be locked up. That was why young Master Immerse spent so much effort to use himself as bait to find Immerse Jingli's tracks and refused to mobilize the Shadow Guard behind him to help. Being locked up was too terrifying, too cruel, and too unreasonable. "I knew it would be like this. What do you want to do now? May I ask what makes you think that the 2 of us can kill Immerse Jingli?" Qin Lai asked coldly. Immerse Xiaobao hesitated. "Poison. Do you have it?" Qin Lai asked. "I have a poison that makes people have diarrhea." Immerse Xiaobao said. Mr. Chen wasn't willing to give him a poison that could take people's lives. Qin Lai nodded seriously and said, "You can pray that he dies from diarrhea." Immerse Xiaobao could only roll his eyes. By the time Immerse Jingli died from diarrhea, it would be too late. Immerse Xiaobao's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, "I got it. I'll tell you." Moving close to Qin Lai's ear, Immerse Xiaobao whispered. Hearing his words, Qin Lai's eyes twitched, and he asked, "Is it okay?" "Definitely no problem. Just wait for the show," Immerse Xiaobao said with a smile. Qin Lai was silent for a moment before saying sincerely, "There will be retribution for being too wicked." Immerse Xiaobao rolled his eyes at him. "Don't say it like you aren't interested." Qin Lai was silent. The 2 of them looked at each other and revealed a meaningful smile at the same time. Immerse Xiaobao happily pounced on Qin Lai, using all his strength to ravage that exquisite face that was exactly the same as his own. "Good brother, I knew that you would also find it fun." That was why it was said that those who were able to mingle in Ding Prince Fu and still be able to mingle well were all not good people. Just as Immerse Xiaobao finished discussing with Qin Lai, a flurry of footsteps came from outside. Even though there were many guards in the yard, they were usually very careful when moving. If Immerse Xiaobao and Qin Lai didn't pay attention to the movements outside, they wouldn't be able to hear any footsteps. The only person who could leave so arrogantly was probably Immerse Jingli. Immerse Xiaobao glanced at Qin Lai and quickly jumped onto the roof beam, disappearing into an inconspicuous hole above the beam. Just as Xiaobao disappeared, the door to the room was kicked open from the outside. The child, who had been sleeping on the bed, was startled by the loud noise. He pursed his lips and began to cry loudly again. Qin Lai felt cold sweat drip down his back as he watched the child cry his heart out. He really didn't know how to coax children. Just now, this little ancestor was coaxed to sleep by Xiaobao. "Shut up." Immerse Jingli's entire body was filled with a low pressure as he roared coldly. Qin Lai rolled his eyes. "If you have the ability, come and coax her. Are you crazy? Don't you know that children are hard to coax?" Immerse Jingli had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Immerse Xiaoyao. Now that he was being mocked by Qin Lai, his expression became even uglier. Mo Jingli charged forward and grabbed Qin Lai. His expression was cold as he said, "Do you want to die?" Qin Lai unceremoniously raised his hand and stabbed towards Mo Jingli's eyes. Mo Jingli quickly raised his other hand to block. Qin Lai flipped in the air and kicked away Mo Jingli's hand. He retreated a few steps and stood firmly. He raised a shin and stared at Mo Jingli provocatively. Qin Lai's beautiful counterattack caused Mo Jingli's expression to become even uglier. Even though he wasn't worried that this brat would rebel, but Mo Xiaoyao's son was already so strong at such a young age, and his only son was... Qin Lai snorted and said, "Do you dare to kill me? If you kill this prince, then you can just wait to die." Mo Jingli's expression was ferocious. "Even if I die, it's not bad to have you accompany me in death. I want to see if Mo Xiaoyao and Yili will feel heartache after losing a son." Qin Lai clapped his hands and laughed. "Ioyo, Emperor Chu is really ambitious. So your dream is to see my royal father and mother feel heartache. So what? Even if you kill me, this world will still belong to my royal father. I still have my younger brother and sister. My royal father and mother will still live peacefully in the future. This prince feels that having Emperor Chu accompany me in death is not bad. Who knows, if my royal father gets angry, he can even send a few more people to accompany me in death. For example, Mo Suyun and maybe even Mo Suiyun. Exchanging 3 generations of Emperor Chu for this prince is still worth it. You really aren't afraid of death." Mo Jingli stared at Qin Lai and asked. Qin Lai smiled and said, "I should be a little better than Emperor Chu. Emperor Chu, you could try and see if you can still walk out of Glass City after killing this prince. Oh, there's also the Southern Zhao Prince. Maybe you can use him as a bargaining chip." Mo Jingli's expression was still ugly, but the killing intent on his body was gradually retracting. He was very clear in his heart that the Southern Zhao Prince could only be used as a bargaining chip when it wasn't important. If he really killed Mo Xiaoyao, a Southern Zhao Prince definitely wouldn't be able to offset Mo Xiaoyao's anger. With a cold snort, Mo Jingli finally left in a huff. "You stay with me obediently. I can't kill you right now, but that doesn't mean I can't cripple you. This prince is so scared," Qin Lai said without much sincerity. Qin Lai said without much sincerity. He didn't pay attention to the angry Mo Jingli who left in a hurry. He walked to the bedside and clumsily coaxed the sobbing baby. In the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili weren't in a hurry to find Mo Xiaobao. The matter this time was originally a trial for Mo Jingli. Otherwise, if they wanted to kill Mo Jingli, it wouldn't have needed to be so complicated. It would have been done long ago. In a dark prison cell in the prince's mansion, Mo Xiaoyao sat silently on a large chair. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao and Yili who sat opposite him, and his heart was slightly uneasy. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you really not worried about the little prince's safety?" Mo Xiaoyao glanced at him before lowering his head to continue reading the file in his hands. He calmly said, "If he was so easily injured by Mo Jingli, he doesn't deserve to be the heir of Prince Ding." Mo Jingyu frowned. He had personally seen Mo Xiaobao being drugged and then taken away by Mo Jingli. However, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li's calmness made him feel that something was wrong. There weren't any parents in the world who wouldn't worry about their children's safety, unless they were certain that their children weren't in danger. The prince is really in Mo Jingli's hands, Mo Jingyu said. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. "I know this. Otherwise, why do you think I let Mo Jingli leave? I don't have any interest in this right now." Mo Jingyu, tell out the locations of all the Dechu state and Mo Jingli's strongholds in Glass City. Mo Jingyu was startled. In a low voice, he said, "This matter has nothing to do with the Dechu state. Cooperating with Mo Jingli is I's own matter." Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows and smiled. "You don't need to explain this to I. I want you to know the locations of all the Dechu state's royal family and Mo Jingli's strongholds, as well as the names of their spies." How many spies and secret forces were hidden in the Chu state's royal family? Even the Princeton mansion didn't know everything. If it weren't for these forces, Imo Jingli wouldn't have been able to cause so much trouble in Glass City. Chapter 1094. I'm only a prince of the imperial family. Only Imo Jingli himself knows these things. Imo Jingli said. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head, not believing his words at all. He smiled. But I feel that there are many things that even Imo Jingli doesn't know about. The one who truly knows should be the Empress Dowager. And this time, it's impossible for the Empress Dowager to not tell you at all about your visit to Glass City. Imo Jingyu was startled, lowering his eyes in silence. Imo Xiaoyao leisurely leaned against the couch, calmly saying, when Imo Jingli was still alive, he had planted many spies in the northwest. Naturally, Imo Jingli wouldn't know about these things. But the Empress Dowager definitely knows. Originally, I didn't plan to pay attention to it. After all, there are no walls in this world that don't have cracks. Even if I get rid of these spies, there will always be people who will sharpen their heads and dig in. But this time, Imo Jingli's incident taught a very important lesson. Being soft-hearted will only bring about big trouble. So, I decided to clean up those bugs, spray them with insecticide water, and set them on fire. Perhaps they won't grow in the future. Imo Jingyu's lips couldn't help but twitch. You call this being soft-hearted? Everyone in the world is a living Buddha. From a start, did you want to dig out the Chu state spies in the northwest? Or did you want to capture Imo Jingli? After a long time, Imo Jingyu finally asked. Imo Xiaoyao rubbed his chin, calmly asking, why can't I think of both? That old witch from the Chu state sure has guts. Using this to negotiate with I? The Maoist army can't attack Jiangnan for 20 years? How did she come up with such a cute condition? Imo Jingyu finally understood that all these unlucky matters originated from the Empress Dowager's own decision. He didn't know that the Empress Dowager had proposed such a condition to Imo Xiaoyao. It was obvious that the Empress Dowager was still on guard against him. Sighing, Imo Jingyu said, I don't know about this. The Empress Dowager didn't even tell me about this. Do you think I would know about the list of the Chu state spies in the northwest? Imo Xiaoyao sneered. If you didn't know, would you dare to make this trip? Imo Jingyu fell silent again. After a long time, he raised his head and asked, what benefits will I get if I tell you? Imo Xiaoyao looked at him with a radiant smile. You don't have to be tortured. Imo Jingyu shook his head. No, you have to guarantee my safety. Although I agreed to help Imo Jingli, I didn't actually do anything. So, it shouldn't be considered as offending the Princeton mansion, right? I can tell you where the little heir is, but you have to guarantee my safety and let me leave the northwest. Imo Xiaoyao looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. You didn't do anything? Forcing the Chu state's little emperor to trick Imo Xiaobao out. Does that count as doing something? Imo Jingyu's eyes widened. How did you? Imo Xiaoyao waved his hand, and the door to the nearby prison opened. An 11 or 12-year-old youth wearing a bright yellow dragon robe walked in. Looking at Imo Jingyu, he softly called, Uncle Yu. Imo Jingyu stared at Imo Xiaoyao in disbelief. It was you who told Imo Xiaoyao? Just by looking at Imo Suyun's appearance, he knew that he didn't suffer much. In other words, the people from the Princeton mansion didn't force him. He even saw a hint of joy and schadenfreude in Imo Suyun's eyes. Imo Jingyu couldn't help but think that perhaps he had always underestimated this unremarkable little emperor. Imo Suyun blinked, looking at Imo Jingyu with some grievance. Uncle Yu, I'm very sorry. I don't want to die, and I don't want to die with you. I'm very scared of Uncle Prince Ding. Haven't you always told me that Uncle Prince Ding is very powerful? Then why did you still want me to capture his son? I'll die. Imo Jingyu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How could he not see that this kid was simply pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Imo Jingyu gritted his teeth. Imo Suyun, do you know what you're doing? Imo Suyun hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Imo Xiaoyao lazily said, This child knows what he's doing better than you. How do you think I knew what you were going to do tonight? How did Xinyang not know about the ice magnolia in the main hall? It was you. Although he knew that he had been betrayed by Mo Suiyun, Mo Jingyu still didn't dare to believe that Mo Suiyun had started to collude with the Prince Ding mansion so early. You, cooperating with the Prince Ding mansion, aren't you afraid of asking a tiger for its skin? Mo Suiyun looked up at Mo Jingyu, saying seriously, Uncle Yu, if I didn't cooperate with the Prince Ding mansion, I might have already died. If I cooperate with Uncle Prince Ding, I'll still have a chance to live. Only by living can I have a chance to turn the tables. After taking a deep look at Mo Suiyun, Mo Jingyu finally fell back into his chair powerlessly, looking as though he had nothing to say. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand, signaling for someone to bring Mo Suiyun back. The prison cell quieted down again. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, saying with a bitter smile, Prince Ding is indeed a good schemer. He can play everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Mo Xiaoyao slightly raised his eyebrows, not saying anything. Mo Jingyu looked at him and said, From the start, you knew that Mo Jingli wanted to make a move on Prince Ding, and you knew what he wanted to do. Then, Prince Ding being captured so easily by Mo Jingli was probably part of his plan, right? After suddenly realizing that everything was in the palm of someone else's hand, Mo Jingyu became clear-headed instead. He suddenly recalled that when Mo Xiaoyao's corpse came back to life, Mo Jingli and Lei Jinting did not see any clues. His heart sank, and he said, the one captured by Mo Jingli was not the prince at all. No parents would be able to remain so calm and collected when their son was taken away, even if there were countless people secretly protecting him. Mo Xiaoyao sighed softly, looking at Mo Jingyu with some regret. Mo Jingyu, you've always been a smart person. It's a pity you did a foolish thing in Ai's territory. I really had no choice but to take action against you. What benefits did Mo Jingli give you to dare to go against Ai? Mo Jingyu's face was pale. He closed his eyes and said in a low voice, the Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Jade Seal? Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows with interest. He turned to look at Yi Li and asked, Li, do you like the Imperial Jade Seal? Yi Li looked at him with a smile. The Imperial Jade Seal? What use does it have? It doesn't seem to have any use. Mo Xiaoyao was silent for a moment. It's just a bit bigger than the Prince Ding Mansion seal. Yi Li shook her head. If you think it's too small, you can carve the Nine-Dragon seal onto the Prince Ding Mansion's handwriting. Mo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. He had no interest in the Imperial Jade Seal, and the one in Mo Jingli's hand could not be called the Imperial Jade Seal. At most, it could only be considered the Dechu State's Imperial Jade Seal. If he was interested, he could directly establish a country and take the throne. He could find any piece of jade and carve an Imperial Jade Seal for generations to come. Mo Xiaoyao's smile was somewhat bitter. Not everyone had Mo Xiaoyao's ability and boldness. For someone who had ambitions for the throne, the Imperial Jade Seal was definitely an irresistible temptation. Moreover, Mo Jingli's conditions were far more than just the Imperial Jade Seal. He had no choice but to agree. Chapter 1095. Mo Xiaoyao looked at him and calmly said, A mere Imperial Jade Seal shouldn't give you the courage to go against Ai. Is there anything else? Mo Xiaoyao did not speak. It was not that he still wanted to deny it to Mo Xiaoyao, but he really could not say it. If he said it, he would only die. Seeing his stubborn appearance, Mo Xiaoyao coldly laughed and said, You think that if you don't say it, I won't be able to find out? Mo Jingyu's face paled. He finally lowered his head and said hoarsely, Prince, since you already know, why ask? Mo Xiaoyao stared at him and said, I just don't understand. As a member of the imperial family of the Dechu state, why would you sell your country for a mere few 100,000 taels of silver? In those 2 years, at least half of the people who were massacred in the north should be counted on your head, right? Mo Jingyu's face was deathly pale. His lips trembled slightly. He closed his eyes for a long time before sighing and saying, For what? I also don't know why. Perhaps it was to fight for some dignity. Clearly, they're all father's sons. Mo Jingqi and Mo Jingli. That idiot ruined the Chu state, but they still took turns to hold the power. Even if Mo Jingqi was killed by Mo Jingli, compared to letting outsiders like us hold the power, the Empress Dowager would still rather put her son under house arrest. They schemed against each other for the sake of power, while we, who work hard for the Chu state, had a noble status on the surface, but in reality, we couldn't even afford to buy a small toy. This kind of life, didn't Prince Ding also experience it? If not for the Prince Ding mansion's wealth, what kind of life would Prince Ding have had in those years? You think that you were smarter than Mo Jingqi and Mo Jingli? Mo Xiaoyao coldly laughed and asked. Mo Jingyu raised his hand to cover his eyes, saying sadly, "At first, I thought so. Now, I also don't know." He was not a deranged traitor. His moment of confusion back then had created an irreversible mistake. By the time he came to his senses, the Chu state had already moved south. These years, he had assisted Mo Jingli with great care. Unfortunately, because of his imperial status, Mo Jingli had always been on guard against him. And now, someone finally came to settle this score? For a moment, Mo Jingyu appeared disheartened. He looked up at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "I'll tell you everything you want to know. How you want to punish me? Up to you. Only my children are still in a Chu state. I hope that the Prince Ding mansion can guarantee their safety. I don't ask for glory and wealth. I only ask for their safety." After saying these words, Mo Jingyu seemed to have aged several years. Mo Xiaoyao was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Mo Jingyu understood Mo Xiaoyao. Although he was crafty and cunning, making his enemies gnash their teeth in hatred. But when he made a promise, he always kept it. Mo Jingyu nodded and said, "Bring me a pen and paper. I can only tell you what I know, but the Empress Dowager may not tell me everything." After a moment, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili left the prison cell with the information Mo Jingyu provided. In the prison cell, Mo Jingyu was still sitting on the large chair. His entire body was motionless, as though he had lost all signs of life. Mo Jingyu's fate had long been decided. Regardless of whether it was Mo Xiaoyao or the Prince Ding mansion, traitors who betrayed the country were severely punished. Whether he confessed or not, only death awaited him. But now, no one cared whether he lived or died. This night seemed to be extremely long. In a place where the citizens who were immersed in joy did not know, a bloody storm was secretly brewing. The hidden forces that Mo Jingli had been secretly proud of and relied on were removed one by one. The next day, many people would discover that the people who had been living by their side had suddenly disappeared without a trace. From then on, they would never be able to find any traces of them. At this time, Mo Xiaobao naturally did not know that while he was racking his brains on how to play with Mo Jingli, his father had already finished many things. At this time, Mo Xiaobao was lying on the roof with a smile, peeking down through the cracks in the roof. Daring to climb onto the roof of a person whose martial arts were not low in this heavily guarded place, it was enough to show that Mo Xiaobao had quite a bit of confidence in his Qinggong. The shadow guards who were secretly protecting him were willing to let him climb onto Mo Jingli's roof, proving that they were quite confident in their prince's ability. At this time, Mo Xiaobao had a sinister smile on his face as he stared at the furious man below. Everything in the room had been smashed clean. He originally wanted to viciously slap Mo Xiaoyao's face and even take his life, but in the end, it did not go as he wished. Instead, he became a joke. How could Mo Jingli not be angry? After venting his anger, Mo Jingli finally calmed down a little and said in a deep voice, "Bring wine." Not long later, someone came in with wine and placed it on the table. Mo Jingli looked at the guard who brought the wine in with annoyance and said in a deep voice, "Get out." Ever since he was injured by Mo Xiaoyao in Liang, Mo Jingli did not like to interact with others. Other than when it was necessary, he usually brought himself alone. This naturally made the people around him feel strange. After all, although Mo Jingli was not considered a pervert in the past, The number of women by his side was not small. However, they had been on the run all this time, so Imo Jingli's lack of interest in women did not attract too much attention. Imo Jingli sat at the table and poured a cup of wine into his mouth. The burning sensation of the strong wine made his eyes a little bloodshot. Tonight's huge defeat and the faint fear in his heart made him unable to resist pouring cup after cup of wine into his mouth. On the roof, Imo Xiaobao smelled the pungent smell of wine and wrinkled his nose. He smiled and took out an extremely small pill, crushed it into powder, and threw it in through the cracks of the roof. The light powder casually floated, some landing in the wine cup, some landing on Imo Jingli's body. Imo Xiaobao frowned in disappointment and helplessly sighed. If he directly threw the pill into Imo Jingli's wine, it would definitely be discovered by Imo Jingli. Although it would not be easily discovered if he crushed it into powder, he was afraid that the medicinal effect would not be enough. In fact, if it was not for Imo Jingli's irritation that made him pour down the wine, he was afraid that the powder he scattered would be discovered by others. Reality was like this. Imo Xiaobao could only helplessly accept it. He looked at Imo Jingli below and quietly left the roof. Not long later, the originally quiet courtyard suddenly became lively. For some reason, a fire suddenly appeared in the backyard. Originally, a fire was not a big deal, but at this very sensitive time, any abnormality could attract the shadow guards of the Princeton mansion. The entire courtyard became a mess. Other than the guard at the door, everyone else was busy putting out the fire and looking for traces. Imo Jingli, who had been drinking, suddenly heard the noise and became even more displeased. He abruptly opened the door and walked out, shouting sternly, "What's going on?" A guard hurriedly came forward to report. "Reporting to Your Highness, the backyard suddenly caught on fire." Chapter 1096. Fire in the Backyard. Imo Jingli frowned and quickly reacted. He rushed to Qin Lai's room. He kicked the door open. Sure enough, it was empty inside. There was no trace of Qin Lai. "Idiot! Go and find him." Imo Jingli turned back and slapped the guard behind him, roaring. This was Glass City, the Princeton mansion. As long as they got out of this small courtyard, it was as difficult as ascending to the sky for them to catch Imo Yuchen again. After thinking about it, Imo Jingli decided to leave this place as soon as possible. Outside the small courtyard, Imo Xiaobao and Qin Lai handed the sleeping little prince of Nanzhao to Lung Junhan and Su Zhiruwei, who had been waiting outside. They ordered them to send the little guy back to the Princeton mansion. Su Zhiruwei grabbed Imo Xiaobao, who was about to escape, and asked, "Where are you going?" Imo Xiaobao smiled and said, "Watch the show. There's nothing for us to do." He lit a fire and informed the shadow guard of the Princeton mansion of Imo Jingli's exact location. Then the task was completed. His royal father couldn't possibly expect a 10-year-old child to destroy Imo Jingli. Could he? Since there's nothing else, let's go back to the Princeton mansion together. Su Zhiruwei said seriously. How could that be? Imo Xiaobao was shocked. Before Su Zhiruwei reacted, he had jumped a few feet away. He smiled and said to Su Zhiruwei, "Cousin Zhiruwei, I still have something to do. You and little dummy Lung send this kid back to Ananchi. This is an order." After that, Imo Xiaobao didn't wait for Su Zhiruwei's answer. He directly jumped over the wall and disappeared in the alley again. Qin Lai held a little face that was exactly the same as Imo Xiaobao's. He patted Su Zhiruwei and said, "Don't worry, I'll look after him." After that, he also jumped over the wall. The fair and tender Lung Xiaodai was still fair and tender in a black night suit. She glanced at the gloomy Su Zhiruwei carefully and asked in a low voice, "What should we do?" Su Zhiruwei glanced at the baby in Lung Junhan's hand worriedly and said in a low voice, "Guards." A man in black appeared behind Su Zhiruwei. "Young master." Su Zhiruwei waved his hand and said, "Send Junhan and the little prince of Nanzhao back to the Princeton mansion." After saying that, he also jumped over the wall. Although he came from a scholarly family, Su Zhiruwei's Qingong was still very impressive. In the alley, only the shadow guard, and Lung Junhan were left looking at each other. After a while, Lung Junhan put the child in the hands of the shadow guard and said, "Uncle." The shadow guard silently rolled his eyes. "I know. Send the little prince of Nanzhao back to the Prince Ding mansion." Lung Junhan nodded with satisfaction and followed him to climb the wall. Soon, only the shadow guard was left in the dark alleyway, holding the baby in his arms as he silently stared at the empty wall. It was slightly bleak. In the darkness, two tall and handsome men stood on the roof, looking at the scene below with amusement. Han Mingxi pointed at the shadow guard holding the baby and laughed until he was convulsing. "Brother, our little heir and these little rascals are very interesting." Beside him, young Master Ming Yu was leaning against the roof. The faint moonlight shone on his handsome face, reflecting a faint smile. He looked at Han Mingxi and said, "The heir's Qin Gong is very good. You must have put in a lot of effort." The smile on Han Mingxi's face instantly froze. He laughed dryly and looked at his elder brother. He didn't know how his elder brother could tell that the little heir's Qin Gong was taught by him. There was clearly no trace of him. Young Master Feng Yu's unique Qin Gong was indeed very good, but his reputation back then wasn't that good either. Although no one mentioned the name of young Master Feng Yu in these years, Han Mingxi still didn't want his reputation to affect Mo Xiaobao negatively. So when Mi Xiaobao came to ask for guidance on Qin Gong, Han Mingxi specially improved his own Qin Gong quite a bit. It was a pity that Han Mingxi didn't know that a few years later, a certain someone's reputation in the pugilistic world would only be worse than his. It would be a waste of young Master Feng Yu's efforts. Han Mingyue shook his head and smiled as he looked at the lonely shadow guard below. "You're right. These little rascals are quite interesting. They will definitely become the little heir's confidants and most trusted brothers in the future." The friendship between these children easily reminded him of the friendship he had with Mo Xiaoyao when he was young. Although they were already older than these children when they first met, their relationship was truly closer than that of real brothers. It was a pity Han Mingxi also knew that his elder brother was thinking of something. He went up and patted Han Mingyue's shoulder. "Elder brother, it's all in the past. Didn't Mo Xiaoyao no longer blame you?" Han Mingyue smiled and nodded. He stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look. They're still children after all. Don't let anything happen to them." Prince Ding said that there's no need to care about them if their lives aren't in danger. "I know. I also want to see how the little heir is going to torment Mo Jingli." Han Mingyue felt that Mo Jingli's smile was a little strange when he left. He secretly prayed for Mo Jingli in his heart. Glass City was neither big nor small. It might be easy to find a group of people, but it wasn't easy to find a single person, especially at night, without alerting the commoners. Mo Jingli quickly sensed that there was something wrong with the fire in the small courtyard. In addition, with the disappearance of Mo Xiaobao and Nanzhao's little heir, he immediately understood that their residence had been exposed. He did not stay any longer. He only brought his two most trusted subordinates and left the small courtyard in the midst of the chaos. However, they soon discovered one thing. The great Chu spies in Glass City had all been uprooted in less than 2 hours. No matter if it was the Chu State's imperial family that originally existed, or Mo Jingli's men that were planted after the Mahist army became independent, or Mo Jingli's own men. They were all under the control of the Prince Ding mansion. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyao did not seem to care that Mo Jingli knew this news. Everywhere they went, they saw the Prince Ding mansion's soldiers eyeing them covetously. Thus, he had no choice but to flee once again. After busying himself for nearly 2 hours and running through the entire Glass City, he couldn't even find a place to stay. Instead, he was so tired that he was panting. It was already close to midnight. In the end, Mo Jingli was forced into a corner and decided to risk it all. He headed in the direction of the Prince Ding mansion. At this time, Mo Xiaobao, Qin Lai, and the others were also panting as they ran through Glass City. Little heir Mo flew into a rage when he accidentally lost track of Mo Jingli. "We're going to die anyway. Why are we running so fast? What do we do now? Where are we going to find him?" After playing for an entire night, the tired Lung Junhan was a little dispirited. We're going to die anyway. Even if I'm Mo Jingli, I have to run faster. Mo Xiaobao rolled his eyes and turned to look at Qinlai. Qinlai shrugged, indicating that he also did not know where Mo Jingli ran off to. Mo Xiaobao was a little aggrieved. If he could not mess with Mo Jingli, he would die a horrible death. Yo, little air, why are you still outside so late? A laughing voice came from the top of the wall. The four looked up and saw Han Mingxi sitting leisurely on the wall, smiling at them. Mo Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Uncle Han, do you know where Mo Jingli ran off to? Chapter 1097. Han Mingxi tilted his head to look at him. Uncle Han, is the little heir calling me? I'm really overwhelmed by your favor. Mo Xiaobao had no qualms about acting spoiled. He directly jumped onto the wall and sat beside Han Mingxi. He smiled and said, Uncle Han, you're the best. Why are you here so late at night? You must have seen where Mo Jingli ran to, right? Han Mingxi looked at him with a smile. So what if I saw him? Mo Xiaobao looked at him anxiously. His clear eyes were filled with the words seeking an answer. Han Mingwei helplessly rubbed his little head and said, he went in the direction of the Prince Ding Mansion. Prince Ding Mansion? Mo Xiaobao frowned. Isn't he seeking death by running to the Prince Ding Mansion now? It's good that it's night now. In another 2 hours, it will be daybreak. At that time, he'll still be dead. Han Mingwei appeared on the wall. She looked at Mo Xiaobao and smiled faintly. Since he's going to die either way, why not take a gamble? Mo Xiaobao tilted his little head and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, all right, I'll go back first. He hoped that Mo Jingli could hold on long enough to break into the Prince Ding Mansion again. He nimbly jumped off the high wall. Mo Xiaobao pulled the other children and dashed in the direction of the Prince Ding Mansion. He was afraid that Mo Jingli would be killed by his royal father if he was late. As he dashed, Mo Xiaobao took the time to think in his heart. Was the drug he had given her effective? Did it lose its effect after too long? Or was there really too little of it? It had no effect on Mo Jingli. Although it was already the middle of the night, the Prince Ding Mansion was still brightly lit. In the main hall, the guests from various countries were still enjoying the dancing and drinking. The main hall was filled with singing and dancing. In any case, Prince Ding's intentions were clear. There would be a lot of things happening in Glass City tonight. If anything happened, he could only blame it on his own bad luck. In that case, why not just stay in the Prince Ding Mansion, drink, and make merry without caring about anything else? The Prince Ding Mansion was responsible for their safety after all. Therefore, even when there were some accidents that happened to women, the envoys from various countries were still having a good time with each other. Father, Mother, Xiaobao is back. In the inner courtyard of the Prince Ding Mansion, Xiaobao happily skipped into the reception pavilion and threw himself into Yi Li's arms. Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting by the side, frowned in displeasure. He lifted his hand and pulled Xiaobao out of Yi Li's arms. Look at how old you are. Why are you still throwing yourself into Yi Li's arms? What if you hurt your mother? Mo Xiaobao struggled unhappily. I won't hurt Mother. Xiaobao loves Mother the most. Seeing her son come back safely, Yi Li also let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly rescued her son from Mo Xiaoyao's arms. She touched his little face and asked, where did Tian Tian go? Are you hurt? Xiaobao disdainfully curled his lips and said, Mo Jingli, that idiot. He didn't even see this prince's face. How could he be hurt? But he ran away. Han Mingxi said that he ran to the Prince Ding Mansion. Mother, did you kill him already? Yi Li helplessly sighed and said, he hasn't come yet. You've done very well. Mother and Father will take care of the rest. You just have to be obedient. Xiaobao shook his head. No, I must see Mo Jingli. Did the medicine in his body have any effect? Mo Xiaoyao sat by the side, looking at his son critically. He said to Yi Li, Li, don't comfort him. What did he do well? He's already in front of us, and he still let Mo Jingli run away. If we knew earlier, we would have killed Mo Jingli in the mansion. Now we can rest in peace. Xiaobao was furious. It's clearly your shadow guard that came too late. Do you think this prince can beat Mo Jingli and his many guards? Xiao Bao compared his height and then faked a height, glaring angrily at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao snorted in disdain. Even if you can't beat him, can't you capture him with your wits? I wasn't much taller than you when I went to the battlefield at 14. These words weren't false. Xiao Bao had grown crazily in this half a year, to the point where his originally round face had disappeared. Although he was only 11 years old, compared to a normal 13 or 14-year-old child, he wasn't shorter. Capture him with my wits? Xiao Bao frowned and began to consider this possibility. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't have a way to capture Mo Jingli, but at that time, he was in a mood to play and didn't consider that there was a more efficient way. Carefully glancing at Mo Xiaoyao, Xiao Bao blinked his large eyes and said shyly, "But, Father said, wouldn't that be fun?" Mo Xiaoyao looked at Xiao Bao with disappointment, saying, "Idiot, you wouldn't have." Prince Ding rarely whispered in his son's ear. The more Xiao Bao listened, the brighter his eyes became. At the side, Yili only felt her eyelids twitching. Just by looking at Xiao Bao's evil smile that made people unable to look at him, she knew that Mo Xiaoyao definitely didn't teach him anything good. Unable to continue watching, Yili gave a light snort. One adult and one child quickly sat down obediently and looked at Yili. Yili sighed and said to Mo Xiaoyao, "Don't teach him any nonsense, he's still a child." Mo Xiaoyao smiled at Yili. "I know, Li, I didn't teach him any nonsense." It was rare for father and son to be on the same side. Xiao Bao nodded heavily. Father is teaching son how to deal with bad people. Bad people. Mo Xiaoyao secretly waved his hand at Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao immediately understood. "Mother, son is tired and will go to sleep first. Good night, mother." After saying that, Xiao Bao rushed out like a gust of wind. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li with a smile, smiling innocently. "Xiao Bao's qigong is really good. Lily, I didn't teach him that." Looking at his innocent smile, Yi Li helplessly sighed. "I heard what you said to him. Saying that it was a mess was being polite. What kind of father would teach his son to use those low-class methods to deal with the enemy?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled wholeheartedly. Methods and methods are divided into useful and useless, not high-class and low-class. At Xiao Bao's age, he can't be compared to Mo Jingli at all. If he can't beat Mo Jingli, then even high-class methods are useless. The future heir of the Prince Ding mansion definitely couldn't be a noble and modest gentleman. Princess consort. The Queen of Nanzhao and Jinnam of Gojoseon of Xiling request an audience. Outside the door, Qin Feng reported in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. "Let them in." After a while, Princess Anxi and the others walked in together. Princess Anxi was holding the little prince in her arms, her beautiful face full of love and joy. Yili smiled at the three people. "It's so late. Why are you all here?" Lei Tengfeng looked at Yi Li and her husband, then looked at Princess Anxi and her husband, smiling. "Everyone hasn't rested yet. I can't stand the alcohol, so I came out for a walk. I happened to meet the Queen of Nanzhao and her husband. I heard that they came to request an audience with the prince and princess consort, so I also came to ask for a cup of tea. Princess consort, please don't blame me." Yili smiled. "Jinnam of Gojoseon is too polite, please sit." Then she ordered someone to serve tea. Chapter 1098. Princess Anxi didn't let go of the child for even a moment. She had lost and found her son again. Princess Anxi, who had always been strong, almost burst into tears. Yili looked at Princess Anxi with a smile and asked, "How is the little prince?" Princess Anxi nodded. "Sure is fine. We came over to thank the little prince." "Is the little prince back?" Yili smiled. He had a wild day outside. He went back to his room to rest. Princess Anxi nodded regretfully and said with a smile, "I'll thank the crown prince personally today." Yili looked at the baby in Princess Anxi's arms, who was looking at her curiously with his big round eyes. She smiled. "Can I hold the child?" Princess Anxi gently placed the child in Yi Li's arms. The baby looked at Yi Li with his big eyes. He didn't cry. Princess Anxi couldn't help but smile. This child, he's become bolder after going out. He used to be very shy with strangers. Speaking of this, Princess Anshi felt sad when she thought of how her son had suffered in the past few days. Newborns weren't like older children. Even if he had suffered, he couldn't say it out loud. This made people worry and feel sorry for him. Yili looked at Princess Anshi and comforted her softly. The little prince looks fine. Did you get someone to check on him? Princess Anshi nodded. Sir Xinyang personally checked on Shur. There's no problem. He might have been shocked. He'll be fine in a few days. That's good. Lei Tingfeng, who had been sitting next to them, looked at Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao in surprise. The little prince brought back the Nanjiao prince? Imo Xiaoyao smiled carelessly. That kid was fooling around. Coincidentally, Imo Jingli put the little prince with him. He set a fire and took advantage of the chaos to bring the little prince back. Imo Xiaoyao said it so casually, as though Imo Xiaobao was just fooling around and leaving after setting a fire. However, Lei Tingfeng and the others understood how difficult it was for an 11-year-old child to set a fire under Imo Jingli's heavy guard and escape. Other things aside, if it was a child of this age from an ordinary family, they would probably be unable to do anything but cry. The little prince is so promising at such a young age. Like father, like son, Lei Tingfeng praised. Princess Anshi and Pu nodded in agreement. They were extremely grateful to Mo Xiaobao for saving their son. Lei Tingfeng sipped his tea and asked casually, Prince Ding, Princess Consort, I wonder if Mo Jingli. Hearing Lei Tingfeng's question, Princess Anshi and Pu couldn't help but look at Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao. Once bitten, twice shy. To them, Mo Jingli was already a target that had to be eradicated immediately. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Someone will take over soon. Lei Tingfeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Mo Xiaoyao in disbelief. With Prince Ding and Princess Consort's abilities, Mo Jingli can't jump around so easily. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. He's just a clown. Jinnum of Gojoseon doesn't need to care about him. This kind of small matter can be left to Mo Yuchen to deal with. If I get involved, it will seem like I'm bullying others. It wasn't that Prince Ding had no experience in bullying others with his power. However, when it came to bullying someone like Mo Jingli, Prince Ding still felt that it was a little inferior. A trace of surprise flashed through Lei Tingfeng's eyes. He didn't expect that the Prince Ding mansion had begun to cultivate the ability of the crown prince so early. Because in Lei Tingfeng's view, although Mo Xiaoyao might be a very strict father, Yili was definitely a soft-hearted mother who loved her child. Thinking of how he was complacent under his father's wings when he was 20 years old, Lei Tingfeng could only shake his head secretly and feel ashamed of himself. Princess Anshi was also a person who began to deal with political affairs as the crown princess when she was a teenager. Naturally, she was not surprised by Mo Xiaoyao's words. But because Mo Xiaobao saved her son, she was very grateful. The courtyard where Mo Xiaobao lived was in the southeast corner of the inner courtyard of the Prince Ding mansion. In order to let their son have enough private space, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao put a large courtyard and a small garden in the mansion, which was second only to the main courtyard, into Mo Xiaobao's territory after he reached the age of living alone. They generally didn't care what Mo Xiaobao did or how he arranged it. The area of this courtyard was not inferior to the whole mansion of an ordinary rich family. There were many rooms. Many times, Su Zhuai, Lung Junhan, and others would also stay here for a few days. When Mo Xiaobao returned to his courtyard, Lung Junhan and Su Zhuai had already fallen asleep. They were the youngest and had been running around with Mo Xiaoyao and Qin Lai for a whole day. They were already tired. As soon as they came back, they washed and went to bed. Mo Xiaobao didn't disturb them and went directly to his room. As soon as he opened the door, Mo Xiaobao was stunned. A cold and sharp thing was pointed at his waist. There was a strange osmanthus fragrance behind him. Mo Xiaobao wrinkled his nose. The smell was very familiar. Mo Jingli. A hand quickly pressed a few times on his body. Several important acupoints on Mo Xiaobao's body were sealed. Then a hand pulled him over. In the somewhat dark room, a tall and gloomy man was staring at him with malicious eyes. It was Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli dragged Mo Xiaobao, whose acupoints were sealed, into the inner room and lit a candlestick on the side. The room gradually brightened. Mo Xiaobao curiously looked at the man in front of him. He was wearing the costume of the shadow guard of the Prince Ding mansion. His overly pale face and gloomy eyes made him look like a ghost crawling out of hell. Mo Jingli, you're really capable. Mo Jingli stared at Mo Xiaobao and gloomily said. Mo Xiaobao shrugged and said with a smile, "You're not bad either. You were actually able to silently sneak into the Shizi's courtyard. Who helped you? With just you alone, you definitely don't have the ability to silently avoid the shadow guard of the mansion and enter the Shizi's courtyard." Mo Jingli smiled with a strange expression. "Unfortunately, you'll never have the chance to know." Mo Xiaobao raised his eyebrows and looked at Mo Jingli. "I say, you're not planning to kill me right now, are you?" "You guessed right." Mo Jingli sneered. "If I knew you were so cunning, I would have killed you directly when I caught you. It would have saved me so much effort." Mo Xiaobao's face suddenly drooped. "Even if you kill me, you can't get out." Mo Jingli smiled. "If I can get in, I can get out." Mo Xiaobao was silent for a long time. Finally, he helplessly sighed. "You're right. Do it." If he didn't say so, Mo Jingli might have immediately done it. But since he said so, Mo Jingli hesitated and suspiciously stared at him. "What conspiracy do you have?" Mo Xiaobao rolled his eyes. "I'm about to die. What conspiracy can I have? Can I mourn for my short life?" Chapter 1099. Mo Jingli was silent. Mo Xiaobao thought for a bit before raising his head and asking, "Right after I die, remember to stay away from me." "No, remember to stay away from me." "What do you mean?" Mo Jingli said in a deep voice. Mo Xiaobao said with a bit of guilt, "Before in the small courtyard, did you drink a lot of wine?" "So what?" He did drink a lot of wine, but that amount of wine was not enough to affect him. Mo Xiaobao tapped his fingers together. "I was careless and added something into the wine. Maybe I won't die so well. In short, you have to stay away from me." Seeing Mo Xiaobao's serious expression, Mo Jingli was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He roared in a low voice, "Mo Yu-chen, you can't blame me for this." Mo Xiaobao said seriously, "What kind of drug did you give me?" Mo Xiaobao shook his head and looked at him with sympathy. "Since everyone's going to die, what kind of drug is not important, right? If you can kill yourself before the poison takes effect, it won't affect you at all." The irritable Mo Jingli suddenly stopped. He looked at Mo Xiaobao for a long time before laughing out loud. "We forgot, you little brat. You're just as crafty as your father. I was almost fooled by you." Mo Xiaobao rolled his eyes and was not in a hurry. This one said, "I only ask you to stay away from this one when you die. What kind of drug did you give me?" Mo Jingli was furious. A person like Mo Jingli, what he lacked the most was the courage to go all out, so it was easy for him to be scared by some groundless things. If Mo Xiaobao directly told him what drug he gave him, he would not be so nervous. It was because of Mo Xiaobao's attitude that he felt uneasy. In one word, he was overthinking. Mo Xiaobao looked at him innocently, his eyes clearly saying, "Die early, reincarnate early." After staring at Mo Xiaobao for a long time, Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with a bloody light. He finally made up his mind and pulled out a dagger to stab Mo Xiaobao in the chest. "Since you don't want to talk, then keep it for yourself." "Mo Jingli, are you looking for me?" "Ha ha, idiot. You can't even recognize people clearly, so what are you doing out here?" A clear and cheerful voice sounded from outside the door, carrying with it countless malicious taunts. Mo Jingli was stunned and looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Mo Xiaobao, who was forced to sit on the stool, squeezed out a helpless and bitter smile. "I really don't know what drug he gave you. Also, my surname is not Mo, You are not Mo Yuchen. Little Mo shrugged. Why don't you go out and take a look? Mo Jingli grabbed Mo Xiaobao and carried him all the way to the door. Through the gap of the door, Mo Jingli could clearly see a handsome young man in black standing in the courtyard. He looked exactly the same as Mo Xiaobao in front of him. But under the moonlight, those eyes did not hide the disdain and gloating towards the people in the room. Qinlai, you idiot! How did you get caught again? Mo Xiaobao in the courtyard shouted in a bad mood. Mo Xiaobao, in Mo Jingli's hand, rolled his eyes, also in a bad mood. Who did this to me? His mother. He just didn't have time to remove his makeup and change his clothes. He planned to wait for a certain person to come back and discuss how to take the next step. Mo Xiaobao rubbed his chin and nodded with a conscience. Okay, Mo Jingli, come out quickly. You can't run away if you hurt Qinlai. Mo Jingli sneered. You come and change with him. Qinlai rolled his eyes at him. Is your brain broken? Don't you know who I am? Do you think the Prince Ding Mansion will use the heir to exchange for the life of a shadow guard? Although he obtained the qualifications to join Qi Lin, but before he completed the formal training, he could only be a shadow guard. Thinking of this, Qinlai was a bit sad. If he died like this and was not added as a Qi Lin member, he would not let Mo Xiaobao go even if he became a ghost. A certain person's resentment made Mo Xiaobao feel a chill at the back of his head. Rubbing his head, Mo Xiaobao smiled and said that, I can't change people. How about I give you the antidote? What antidote? Mo Jingli stared at him vigilantly. After a while, he sneered. What use do I have for the antidote now? Mo Xiaobao, who was rejected, looked at him faintly. You will regret it. Mo Jingli sneered. He did not answer and did not go out. Qinlai was much shorter than him. Once he went out, he would be attacked by the archers of the Mahist army. He would not even have a shield. But Mo Jingli also understood that it was not a good idea to waste time like this. If the person in his hand was really Mo Jingli, he could die with him. But now it was an insignificant shadow guard. So Mo Jingli hesitated, using his own life to exchange for the life of a shadow guard. Mo Jingli deeply felt that it was not worth it. In such a short time, Mo Xiaoyao had arrived with the others. Seeing Mo Xiaobao standing in the yard with a sad and tangled face, Mo Xiaoyao sneered. What, you failed again? Mo Xiaobao bit his cheeks and stared at his father fiercely. What did he mean by failed again? When did he, Mo Yuchen, fail? Yili raised her hand and stroked her son's little head. She frowned and said, Is Qinlai inside? Mo Xiaobao nodded heavily. On the surface, he looked relaxed, but in fact, Mo Xiaobao was a little nervous. Who knew whether Mo Jingli, that madman, would take the risk to stab Qinlai when he knew that there was no way out? Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yili forward a few steps and said lightly, Mo Jingli, since you're already here, don't hide anymore. Come out. The person inside did not make a sound for a long time. But after a while, Mo Jingli's voice came from inside. Mo Xiaoyao, do you think I am a fool? Mo Xiaoyao could not help laughing out loud. Are you not a fool? I'll let you go, but you came back by yourself. Do you expect that I will let you go this time? Who gave you the confidence to think that you can hurt Ai's son in the Prince Ding Mansion? Come out by yourself. I will let you die a little easier. In the room, Mo Jingli tightly held Qinlai against the door. Qinlai was a little uncomfortable. He moved uncomfortably and sighed. It's useless to hold me. I am just a shadow guard of the Crown Prince. Do you think the prince will let you live for me? Also, even if I let you go, the Crown Prince has poisoned you. You can't run far. Mo Jingli stared at him with a ferocious smile. Are you encouraging me to take you down with me? Qinlai tactfully shut up. He didn't want to die. Even if he died, he didn't want to die together with Mo Jingli. Mo Xiaoyao, tell all your archers to get away. For those holding hostages, the thing they were most afraid of was the archers hiding in the dark, making it impossible for them to guard against them. Especially the archers of the Prince Ding Mansion. They are all excellent archers. Chapter 1100. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. No problem. Why should I believe you? Mo Jingli asked suspiciously. Mo Xiaoyao said impatiently. How would I know how to make you believe me? If you want to come out, then come out. If you don't want to come out, then forget it. Perhaps because he heard Mo Xiaoyao's impatience, Mo Jingli finally relaxed a little. He had too little power in his hands. He only had a shadow guard impersonating the crown prince of the Prince Ding mansion, which was not enough to negotiate with Mo Xiaoyao. Let me leave the Prince Ding mansion. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth and said. Mo Xiaoyao was immediately amused. He looked lazily at the closed door and laughed. Mo Jingli, do you think I'm playing games with you? Or do you think I want to play a few games with you? Do you have that kind of value? After a while, the door was finally opened from the inside. Mo Jingli walked out with Qin Lai in his hand. Mo Jingli used one hand to hold Qin Lai in front of him, and the other hand held a dagger to Qin Lai's back. As long as there was any movement, he could be the first to stab the dagger into Qin Lai's back. Mo Xiaoyao faintly glanced at Mo Jingli. Are you finally willing to come out? Now, what do you plan to do? Mo Jingli vigilantly looked at the group of people in the courtyard. Even if there were no archers, with these people alone, he would not be able to escape the Prince Ding mansion alive. In the candlelight, he saw Mo Xiaobao standing beside Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. As expected, he looked exactly the same as the person in front of him. But the light in the child's eyes made him certain that this child was the real crown prince of the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Yuchen. This was because the way this annoying brat looked at him was exactly the same as his father's when he was young. Mo Jingli grabbed Qin Lai and stared at Mo Xiaoyao. If you don't want this brat to die, then back away. Mo Xiaoyao's expression was calm. It was clear that he did not care about Mo Jingli's threat. What? Crown Prince? You're the same as your father. You don't care about this brat's life? He was caught because of you, right? Mo Jingli smiled maliciously at Mo Xiaobao. Seeing Qin Lai's pained expression, Mo Xiaobao's originally smiling face instantly turned serious. Glaring hatefully at Mo Jingli, he said, Let him go. Let me go. Mo Jingli said without hesitation. Impossible. Mo Xiaobao gritted his teeth. Seeing him angry, Mo Jingli's mood became better. Smiling, he said, Then you come over and exchange with him. Okay. Mo Xiaobao said in a clear voice. Everyone was stunned. Even Mo Jingli, who had proposed the condition, had said it with a hint of mockery. He had never thought that Mo Xiaobao would agree so readily. Crown Prince, please reconsider. The people beside Mo Xiaoyao and Yili were shocked and quickly stopped him. In their eyes, 100 Qin Lai's life was not as important as one Mo Xiaobao. It was not that they looked down on other people's lives, but in the eyes of anyone in the world, no one would think that a shadow guard's life was more precious than the future heir of the Prince Ding mansion. Mo Jingli was stunned. Cautiously looking at Mo Xiaobao, he said, Are you serious? Mo Xiaobao proudly raised his little chin and said, Of course. If this crown prince is afraid of you, I'm not Mo Yuchen. Mo Jingli looked at Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li who were standing to the side. In a crowd of people trying to persuade him, Mo Xiaobao's parents were especially quiet. Mother, Mo Xiaobao looked up at Yi Li. Yi Li's lips curled into a faint smile. Rubbing Mo Xiaobao's little head, she said, Xiaobao has grown up. You can make your own decision. You must be careful. Mo Xiaobao's little face lit up. Nodding heavily, he said, This child knows. Thank you, mother. Saying this, Mo Xiaobao raised his hand towards Mo Jingli to indicate that he did not have any weapons on him. Then he slowly walked towards them. When he was 3 steps away from Mo Jingli, Mo Xiaobao stared at Mo Jingli and said, Let go of Qin Lai. With Mo Xiaobao as his hostage, Mo Jingli naturally did not care about Qin Lai. Not to mention that he could not bring 2 hostages with him. Raising one hand, he pushed Qin Lai out, and his other hand grabbed at Mo Xiaobao. Go die. Qin Lai, who was pushed out, was not thrown out. Instead, he twisted his body and charged towards Mo Jingli. At the same time, Mo Xiaobao also threw a kick towards Mo Jingli's face. Mo Jingli was suddenly attacked, but he was not unprepared. With Mo Xiaobao's craftiness, Mo Jingli knew that he could not be caught so quickly. But he had to take a gamble. Otherwise, even if he had Qin Lai, he would not be able to escape death. Therefore, when Mo Xiaobao kicked toward his face, Mo Jingli had already dodged to the side and once again grabbed at Mo Xiaobao's vital point. Qin Lai's pressure point was blocked. Although he had opened a little, it was not easy for him to have the strength to hit Mo Jingli. Very quickly, he was kicked to the side by Mo Jingli. The shadow guard at the side quickly went forward to help him up and found that he was not heavily injured. Feng Jiao and the others who came over wanted to help Mo Xiaobao, but were stopped by Mo Xiaoyao. Prince, Feng Jiao frowned, looking at Mo Xiaoyao with disapproval. With Mo Xiaobao's martial arts, he was definitely not Mo Jingli's opponent. Mo Xiaoyao calmly said, "Don't worry, let him try. If you guys were willing to fight with him normally, you wouldn't be so worried now." Mo Xiaobao was the heir of the Princeton mansion and had a high status. Although he was hardworking in martial arts, his status was different. No matter if it was a sparring partner or a professor, very few people dared to fight him seriously, much less risk their lives. This also led to Mo Xiaobao's lack of actual combat experience. In the past, Mo Xiaoyao still had a few royal families that he didn't get along with, and he would occasionally beat them up. Since young, Mo Xiaobao could be said to have gotten whatever he wanted, and everything went smoothly. Mo Xiaobao and Mo Jingli's fight could be said to be exciting, although he was short and his internal energy was weak. But Mo Xiaobao, who had been in Qilin for a long time and had a slightly skewed worldview, was ruthless and cunning. There was no sign of nervousness or restraint from fighting for the first time. With this kind of performance, if he was 2 years older, people would believe that he killed people like flies. Lei Tongfeng, who was standing at the side, could not help but sigh in admiration as he watched Mo Xiaobao's performance. With a son like this, the Princeton mansion would not decline for the next 50 years. "Prince, are we raising the heir or raising assassins? The little heir's martial arts, why does it look like he's even more ruthless than those people from the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce?" Feng Jiao lamented. The assassins from the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce were only ruthless, but their little heir's moves were not only ruthless, but also very wretched. Feng Jiao could not bear to look at him directly. "You're just an 11 or 12-year-old kid, yet you're using moves like monkey steals peach. Are you really a man?" Mo Xiaoyao was not offended at all. It's fine as long as he can beat him. When his martial arts are high enough, he'll naturally correct himself. He'll like to use these wretched moves. Wouldn't this make his abilities even worse? When his martial arts were high enough to kill everyone, with Mo Xiaobao's arrogant personality, he would naturally choose to use more honorable moves. Feng Jiao shook his head and sighed. If the Su family knew, they would definitely be heartbroken. Half of Mo Xiaobao's education was the responsibility of the Su family. Even if they could not produce a young master like young Master Qingchen, they should at least produce a cultured and refined gentleman, right? Chapter 1101. Mo Xiaoyao scoffed. "It's better to raise a child like a wolf than a sheep. I don't have the mood to follow behind him and clean up his mess." What Mo Xiaobao had to do in the future wasn't as simple as just defending the city. If he was too naive and came to bother him all day long, he would only want to beat him to death. Although Mo Xiaobao tried his best, the difference in strength was too big. Finally, he was beaten to the point where he couldn't withstand Mo Jingli's attacks. Mo Xiaobao didn't care about his face and abandoned Mo Jingli without hesitation to run around the courtyard. At the start, Mo Jingli was still wary that Mo Xiaoyao and the others would suddenly make a move. But when he found out that Mo Xiaoyao had no intention of interfering, and that as long as he didn't try to escape from the Mahist army, the Shadow Guard would ignore him, Mo Jingli vented all his anger on Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao was chased all over the place. As he ran, he didn't forget to howl, "Mr. Shun, is your medicine expired? Ah, 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 ah." Yang, who was sleeping soundly in his own courtyard, turned in his sleep and muttered, "Little brat, when has this godly doctor's medicine ever expired?" While Mo Xiaobao was using Qin Gong to run around. Just as he was thinking about whether he should put down his face and ask his father for help, he suddenly felt Mo Jingli's speed of chasing him suddenly slow down. Amidst the chaos, Mo Xiaobao turned back to look. Although he couldn't see Mo Jingli's face clearly because of the dark sky, he could clearly see that Mo Jingli's clothes were soaked in sweat. If Mo Xiaobao, who was being chased, didn't sweat, but the person chasing him was already drenched in sweat. This was clearly not logical. Mo Xiaobao's eyes turned, and he took out something from his chest and grabbed it towards Mo Jingli. "Here's the antidote." Then, with the fastest speed, he pounced towards Mo Xiaoyao, who was watching the show from the side. After chasing Mo Xiaobao for a few laps, Mo Jingli clearly began to feel that something was wrong. A strange heat gradually surged up and slowly began to affect his body. At this moment, he truly believed that Qin Lai hadn't lied to him. He really had been poisoned. So when Xiaobao shouted for the antidote, he paused for a moment and reached out to catch the thing that Xiaobao threw at him. By the time he realized that it was just a jade pendant that Mo Xiaobao had casually thrown over, Mo Xiaobao had already pounced into Mo Xiaoyao's arms. However, Mo Jingli did not have the time to care about Xiaobao's despicable actions because the strange poison had begun to take effect. At this time, it had been 4 hours since he drank. He didn't feel it all before, but now, it was like a wildfire that became a prairie fire in a moment. For a moment, Mo Jingli was sweating profusely, as if he had been soaked in water. Mo Jingli fell to the ground, as if his body was being burned by a raging fire, and also as if there was a strange impulse and desire. These strange pains were stuck together, making him feel as if he was being bitten by insects. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to stare with their mouths agape. Their gazes towards Mo Xiaobao became strange. What kind of poison did you give him?" Feng Jiao asked with a frown. Looking at Mo Jingli's appearance, it didn't seem like he was in pain, or was it that his entire body didn't hurt? And what kind of poison was it that made him sweat without vomiting blood or bleeding from all orifices, and even had a ruddy complexion that didn't look like he was poisoned? Standing on the other side, Han Mingxi looked at Mo Jingli with pity, then looked at Mo Xiaobao, who was lying in Mo Xiaoyao's arms, and rubbed his nose. He decided to keep quiet. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at Mo Xiaobao, patted Yi Li's hand, and said, "Li, go back and rest first. There's nothing else to do here." Yi Li slightly frowned, looking at Mo Xiaobao, who was lying in Mo Xiaoyao's arms, and looking at her with a pure smile. She sighed and nodded. "I'll go back first. You guys, that's enough. Don't play anymore." Mo Xiaobao nodded and waved at Yi Li. Good night, mother." Seeing Yi Li leave with the others, Mo Xiaoyao snorted and threw Mo Xiaobao out. Mo Xiaobao nimbly turned around in the air and landed firmly on the ground. "Lord Father, you're so cruel." His big black eyes looked at Mo Xiaoyao, tears welling up in his eyes. Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Who taught Mo Xiaobao to be so shameless? Mo Xiaobao pouted his little mouth and snorted. Facing a cruel father like Lord Father who treats his son like grass, what's the use of being shameless? This prince is using gentleness to conquer strength. On the side, Feng Jiao coughed and said, "I say, Prince, shouldn't we deal with it?" Pointing at a certain person who was crying out in pain on the ground, Feng Jiao asked. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. "Did I poison him, Prince?" Feng Jiao looked at Mo Xiaobao, but he found that Mo Xiaobao was trying to pull Qin Lai away from the scene. Being stopped by someone, Mo Xiaobao turned around and glared at Feng Jiao with hidden bitterness. Feng Jiao also didn't understand how he had offended this little ancestor. He could only rub his nose and smile. "Prince, what kind of poison did you give him? We still have to interrogate him. You making him like this. It's not convenient for us to do anything." Looking at Mo Jingli's current appearance, even if they gave him a fierce beating, he wouldn't feel anything. Mo Xiaobao opened his mouth and looked pitifully at Qinlai. Qinlai looked up at the sky. The moon was really round tonight. Mo Xiaobao stomped his feet and ran to Feng Jiao's side to discuss with him in a low voice. "Don't tell my mother." Feng Jiao hesitated, but still nodded. Mo Xiaobao then leaned over to Feng Jiao's ear and whispered a few words. Feng Jiao was stunned and looked at Mo Xiaobao in disbelief. "I remember the princess consort said." Mo Xiaobao glared at him angrily. "That's why I said, you're not allowed to tell mother." Saying this, he didn't forget to give Feng Jiao a threatening glare, then turned around and ran with Qinlai. From afar, Qinlai's puzzled voice came. "Didn't you say you wanted to watch a show?" Mo Xiaobao's voice was clearly flustered. "Do you think that looks good?" It doesn't look very good." He saw Mo Jingli writhing on the ground and moaning in pain. It would be better to torture him and make him look more interesting. Looking at the two children running away, Feng Jiao's expression twisted. Han Mingxi already had a conclusion in his heart and didn't care. He smiled and patted Feng Jiao, asking, "What did the little prince say?" Feng Jiao weakly waved his hand and said, "Which one of you? Take him to the brothel." A place like the Prince Ding mansion, they definitely couldn't let brothel girls in. The fucking prince was only 11 years old. 11 years old. And he had already drugged Mo Jingli twice in a row. How could this be? He bitterly looked at Mo Xiaoyao at the side. "Prince, this subordinate feels that you and princess should strengthen the education of the prince." The corner of Mo Xiaoyao's mouth twitched, nodding in a rare moment of silence. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brothel, you should go ask Shenyang if he has the antidote." What was called the pupil surpassing the master. Mo Xiaobao's current actions were the pupil surpassing the master. Mo Xiaoyao asked himself if he had ever come across such a genius and such a vicious idea in his life. Mo Xiaoyao, who wanted to teach his son to do bad things, deeply felt that he was too naive. Chapter 11:02. Are we going to call Shenyang now? We'll be killed. Feng Jiao shook his head. Han Mingxi coughed lightly and said, "I remember. Mr. Shun said before, that medicine isn't poison. We can't make an antidote for now." Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his nose and waved his hand, saying, "Do as you see fit. I'll leave first." Prince Ding left without hesitation, leaving the mess for his subordinates to clean up. Mo Jingli, who was lying on the ground, was in so much pain that he wished he could die sooner. Even though there was no part of his body that wasn't in pain, as if his entire body was about to explode, he still heard every single word that Feng Jiao and the others had said. "Don't kill me. Kill me." Mo Jingli finally understood what the greatest pain in life was. He even wished that he had never entered the Prince Ding mansion, that this was just a terrifying nightmare, or that he would have been killed by Mo Xiaoyao in the Prince Ding mansion's main hall. A man who had long lost the right to be a man, but had been drugged with an aphrodisiac. Even if he had lost some of his abilities, it didn't mean that Mo Jingli had lost some of his senses. Because of this, the pain he was suffering was twice as much as a normal person. What made him even more fearful was that if other people knew, even though his entire body was covered in sweat, Mo Jingli couldn't help but shiver. "Mo Xiaoyao, if you have the ability, then kill me. Do it." At this point, Mo Jingli couldn't hide anything anymore. His voice became sharp and piercing, making people who heard it frown. Many of the people present had entered the palace before, so how could they not hear the strangeness of this voice? This was clearly the sharp voice of the eunuchs who served in the palace. Mo Jingli was originally a very manly and handsome man, but after the end of the year, his voice became even deeper and deeper. Compared to the sudden sharpness and strangeness, it was even more hair-raising. What's going on?" Feng Jiao asked in horror. Mo Xiaoyao's character was actually quite good. At the very least, he had never told anyone about the cruel things he had done to Mo Jingli. Of course, Mo Jingli himself wouldn't tell anyone about it either. Thus, when Mo Jingli suddenly let out such a strange sound, everyone's gaze fell on a certain part of Mo Jingli's body. Lei Tengfeng coughed lightly and said in a low voice, "Ever since Prince Li's late wife gave birth to a prince, it seems that he has never." Thus, this person suspected that Mo Jingli had already done that more than 10 years ago. Feng Jiao and the other people of the Princeding mansion rubbed their chins thoughtfully. According to what they knew, Prince Li had cheated many things out of Prince Li for the antidote. Could it be that after the prince had cheated him, he had made a fake antidote that not only made him unable to have children, he couldn't even be a man? Mo Xiuyao, who was misunderstood, coughed lightly and waved his hand. "Feng San, I'll leave this matter to you." After saying that, he didn't care about everyone's strange expressions and left with His Highness Prince Ding. Lei Tengfeng and Yelu Hong, who only noticed later, looked pitifully at Mo Jingli on the ground and said with an awkward smile, "We should go back. They're probably still drinking in the hall. Northern Tribe's Crown Prince, let's go back and have a drink." Yelu Hong nodded and left with Lei Tengfeng. He left this hot potato to the people of the Princeding mansion. They only needed to know that Mo Jingli wouldn't be able to make a comeback in the future. Feng Jiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Capturing a captive was no problem, but capturing a captive who couldn't be cured by a strong aphrodisiac, what should he do? Han Mingxi rubbed his nose and said with a smile, just bear with it and it'll be over." When he said this, Han Mingxi also felt a little guilty. Normally, people would be able to bear with it and it would be over, but this no one knew whether or not it would be over. The little heir was really too cruel. No one would believe that he didn't know what Mo Jingli was doing. Who would purposely drug someone with aphrodisiac for no reason? In the bedroom of the main courtyard, Yili washed up and removed the accessories and makeup on her body. She leisurely sat on the soft couch and slowly flipped through a book. Even though it was already past the 4th watch period, after a busy day, she suddenly relaxed and didn't feel sleepy. Yili sat on the soft couch beside the bed and read while waiting for Mo Xiuyao to return. "Wang Fei, it's already so late. You should drink some soup and rest early." Qing Shuang came over with a bowl of chicken soup and said with a light smile. Yili smiled and nodded. She took the chicken soup and tasted it. She smiled and said, "The taste is really good. Qing Shuang's hands are the best. I'm a little reluctant for you to get married." Qing Shuang's face was slightly red, and she said coquettishly, "Wang Fei is joking with newbie again." Yili sighed and said, "I'm not joking. You've been by my side the longest. This time, after this matter is over, the prince and I will personally host the wedding for you and Ajin." Qing Shuang's eyes were slightly red, and she said, "There is no one in the world who treats Qing Shuang better than Wang Fei." Yili smiled helplessly and said, "You girl, why are you crying? Go and see if the prince has returned. Just leave these trivial matters to the subordinates." Qing Shuang hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Yes, this servant will take her leave." After a while, Qing Shuang came in and said with a smile, "Wang Fei, the prince has gone to the study." On the soft couch, Yili had fallen asleep with a scroll in her hand. There was still half a bowl of chicken soup beside her, and it was slightly cold. "Wang Fei." Qing Shuang walked forward slowly and looked at the beautiful sleeping face in front of her. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. "Wang Fei, are you asleep?" Yili was sleeping peacefully and didn't seem to be affected at all. Qing Shuang bit her lips and whispered, "Wang Fei, I'm sorry." Standing up, Qing Shuang raised her hand and pointed at the sleeping Yili. Just by looking at the skillful finger technique and strength, one could tell that her internal strength wasn't weak. She might even be stronger than Qing Wan, who used to be by Yi Li's side. A slender hand blocked her finger. Yi Li, who was in deep sleep, slowly opened her eyes. She sighed helplessly and said, "Qing Shuang, you've really disappointed me." Wang Fei." Qing Shuang's face changed, and she quickly squeezed out a smile. "Wang Fei, what are you talking about?" Qing Shuang doesn't understand. Yili shook her head and smiled. "How can you not understand? Agarwood is indeed the most difficult drug to detect, but you shouldn't put mushrooms in the chicken soup. Didn't you smell something wrong with the mushrooms? Mr. Chun said that agarwood is incompatible with many things, such as orchids and mushrooms. Qing Shuang also knew that since she was discovered, she couldn't hide it from Yi Li. She said in a low voice, "Wang Fei, I'm sorry." Pulling out the hand that was held by Yi Li, Qing Shuang raised her hand and chopped towards Yi Li. Yi Li didn't show any weakness. With one hand on the soft couch, she jumped up and kicked out. Qing Shuang had been by Yi Li's side for more than 10 years. Naturally, she knew Yi Li's strength better than anyone else. She didn't dare to be negligent and pulled out a soft sword to stab at Yi Li. Yi Li's eyes darkened and a short blade in her sleeve flew out. A silver light flashed and shot towards Qing Shuang. Chapter 1103. Seeking Death. Before Qing Shuang's soft sword could reach her, a voice filled with hostility came from the door. A strong gust of wind swept towards Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang was sent flying and hit the wall. She spat out a mouthful of blood and could not get up. Mo Xiaoyao stood at the door and looked down at Qing Shuang. His cold eyes were like he was looking at a dead person. Qing Shuang knew that she could not escape death today and did not resist. She closed her eyes and stretched her neck to stab. "Xiaoyao, don't." Yi Li grabbed Mo Xiaoyao's hand and shook her head. Mo Xiaoyao looked down at Yi Li's pleading eyes. He sighed and said, "Don't be sad for other people." Yi Li gave him a faint smile and said, "I won't be sad for other people." Turning around, she looked at Qing Shuang and asked Yi Li in a deep voice, "Qing Shuang, why?" Originally, she would have died if she closed her eyes. After waiting for a while, she did not feel any pain. Qing Shuang opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Yi Li with confusion. Yi Li sighed and did not say anything. In the reception hall, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li were sitting on the main seats. Not far from them was Mo Xiaobao. There was also Su Qing Bai, Chief Steward Mo, a Jean, and the others who had heard the news. Qing Shuang was kneeling in the middle of the hall. Her expression was dim and her heart was dead. "Prince Wang Fei, this old servant. Uncle Mo gave a long sigh and kneeled on the ground, asking Prince Wang Fei to punish me. Yi Li stood and helped Uncle Mo up. She said softly, "Uncle Mo, what are you doing? This matter is this Fei's fault to you and a Jean." Qing Shuang and a Jin's marriage had been set. Speaking of this, Qing Shuang was part of their family. If something happened to Qing Shuang, their family would also be implicated. However, Qing Shuang had followed Yi Li for more than 10 years. Speaking of which, it was Yi Li who felt more guilty. "Uncle Mo, please get up. You saying this? I really don't have the face to face you." Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "Wang Fei is right. Uncle Mo, your family is loyal to the Prince Ding mansion. This matter really has nothing to do with you. Jean, I'll find you a good wife later, okay?" Mo Xiaoyao had always been good to the taciturn Jean. Jean had been by his side since he was young. Although he was not smart, he was very loyal. Jean hesitated for a moment before nodding. He had known Qing Shuang for many years, since the two of them were still young boys and girls who didn't know anything. Although he wasn't like Wang Fei and Prince, when Wang Fei said that she wanted to marry Qing Shuang to him, he was still very happy. Seeing Qing Shuang like this now, Jean felt very sad. However, he stubbornly turned his head away, no longer looking at her. The prince and Wang Fei were the best people, and also the people they had to be loyal to. Anyone who wanted to harm the prince and Wang Fei was wrong. Yi Li helped Uncle Mo to sit down by the side, before turning back to look at Qing Shuang, asking mildly, "Qing Shuang, why?" Qing Shuang raised her head to look at Yi Li, smiling helplessly and bitterly as she said, "Didn't Wang Fei already know?" Yi Li looked at Qing Shuang carefully. She still remembered that when she had brought Qing Shuang back to the manor, she had still been an innocent and cute child of not even 10 years of age. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had already passed. At some unknown time, this girl whose eyes were filled with helplessness could no longer be seen. "You are someone of infinite boundless mountain?" Yili asked. Qing Shuang nodded. Yili said, "Infinite boundless mountain has long ceased to exist. I know that you have not betrayed any information about the Prince Ding mansion all these years. Otherwise, you would have already been exposed long ago. Back then, when Infinite Boundless Mountain was destroyed, why didn't you tell me? Could it be that you think that after saying such things, I would kill you?" Qing Shuang shook her head, looking at Yi Li as she said, "I know that Wang Fei has been very good to me. It is I who have let Wang Fei down. Now that things have come to this, Qing Shuang only wishes for death." Yi Li closed her eyes, a trace of anger appearing on her elegant and gentle face. "Only wishes for death. What a good only wishes for death. In your eyes, is life so cheap? Not saying anything, not caring about anything, you only wish for death? Or is it that, because the Prince Ding mansion destroyed Infinite Boundless Mountain, you harbor resentment in your heart? If that is the case, this consort will grant you your wish. Qing Shuang, tell me, is your heart with Infinite Boundless Mountain?" Qing Shuang lowered her head, not speaking. Yili shook her head, sighing. "You are not. You have been by my side since you were 8 or 9 years old, and then follow me into the Prince Ding mansion. If you really have feelings for Infinite Boundless Mountain, you should have long since gathered quite a bit of information by my side, and could have revealed it to the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain. You even have the greatest chance of getting close to Little Treasure, Lin and Xi. Yet, you have never done anything. Qing Shuang, tell me why exactly this is?" Qing Shuang stared blankly at Yili, only lowering her head after a long time. Sparkling tears slid down from the corners of her eyes, dropping drop by drop onto the floor in front of her. "Wang Fei woo-woo." Looking at Yili, Qing Shuang's tears fell in large droplets. Yili looked at her calmly, her expression gentle, as she said softly, "Tell me, what exactly is going on? Do you have something that Mo Jingli can use against you?" Qing Shuang nodded, saying, "My family. I still have a younger brother. He is in the hands of the Li King, and if I don't do as he says, my younger brother will die." "Your younger brother?" Yili frowned. "You are not an orphan?" When Yili had met Qing Shuang that year, she had only been an orphan girl who was about to starve to death on the streets. Afterwards, Qing Shuang had also said that her parents had drowned during the flood. Yili shook her head. Since Qing Shuang was someone of Infinite Boundless Mountain, all of this was naturally fake. Qing Shuang shook her head, saying softly, "My parents died when I was young, and I grew up in Infinite Boundless Mountain with my younger brother. The year I met Wang Fei, there happened to be a flood. Infinite Boundless Mountain then sent a group of people to infiltrate the Chu capital, waiting for an opportunity to infiltrate the mansions of the noble families there. I pretended to be an orphan, and was just saved by Wang Fei." Yili raised her brows, saying, "So, you originally did not want to enter the Yi Manor?" Qing Shuang bit her lips and said, "For spies like us, many of us will not receive any missions in the end. We can live our lives peacefully like ordinary people. At that time, Wang Fei bought me back. I knew that Wang Fei was the fiancée of the Li King, and following her into the Yi Manor could not be considered wrong. Afterwards, Wang Fei's engagement was annulled by the Li King, but I did not expect that she would marry into the Prince Ding mansion. This servant only wanted to live out her days peacefully, so I persuaded the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain that if this servant revealed any information about the Prince Ding mansion, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of the prince and Wang Fei. Rather than revealing some insignificant information, it would be better to keep it for the most important time. In the following few years, Infinite Boundless Mountain did not ask this servant for any more information. Also, the Prince Ding mansion is heavily guarded, and this servant does not know any truly important information. I know, not long after Madame Dongfang passed away, the Li King sent someone to find this servant. Previously, this servant had always been perfunctory with him. This time, he personally came to Glass City, and even brought this servant's younger brother's keepsake. Qing Shuang recounted her story intermittently, and everyone present couldn't help but sigh when they heard it. A girl who had been raised by infinite boundless mountain from a young age, and a younger brother who had been taken hostage. Qing Shuang also had her own difficulties. Chapter 1104. What does Mo Jingli want you to do? Yili asked. Qing Shuang lowered her eyes and said hoarsely, If he can't leave Glass City alive, then someone will kill my brother. Unless I can save him and kill Wang Fei alive. I don't want to kill Wang Fei. Yili looked at her and said, So, you want to use my trust in you to capture me and then force the Prince Ding mansion to let Mo Jingli go? Qing Shuang nodded silently. Why didn't you tell me directly? Yili asked. You know Mo Jingli's personality. Don't you think that after the matter is over, the chances of him killing you is higher than letting your brother go? In comparison, the chances of the Prince Ding mansion saving him are higher, right? Qing Shuang cried silently. She was so worried that her brother was her only family in the world. When she saw his keepsake, her heart was already in a mess. She couldn't help but be forced by Mo Jingli to do something she shouldn't have done. There were some things that weren't easy to persist in, but once you gave up, you couldn't take it back. If it wasn't for her help, how could Mo Jingli come and go as he pleased in Glass City? Looking at her tear-filled face, Yili sighed softly. When Mo Jingli came to Glass City, he was already like a stray dog. How could he bring your brother with him? Now that he has been caught by the Prince Ding mansion, how could you have the chance to kill your brother? Qing Shuang, if what Mo Jingli said is true, your brother might still be in Jiangnan. But there's at least a 60% chance. He was already dead. Hearing Yi Li's words, Qing Shuang was in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Li rubbed her forehead tiredly and waved her hand. Take her away first, since I want to check on her brother. Yes, Wang Fei. Qin Feng waved his hand and ordered the two shadow guards to take Qing Shuang away. Miss, I'm sorry. Qing Shuang was taken away by the two guards. She turned back to look at Yi Li and bit her lip in shame. Yi Li shook her head and said, You go first. After Qing Shuang was taken away, the flower hall finally quieted down. Her suspicion of Qing Shuang didn't start tonight. After all, to note so much information and be able to secretly help Mo Jingli must be a trusted confidant of the Prince Ding mansion. Ever since Qing Yu, Qing Wan, Qing Xia, and the others had left, Qing Shuang was the only person she trusted the most. The other three often came in and out of the Fu, but the Su family knew Qing Yu and Qing Wan. Yili had once suspected Qing Xia's origins, but she was just a spy that Wang Shi had placed here. Qing Xia was a smart person. These years, she had been well-behaved. After becoming a monk, she had been a proper wife and mother. These three people didn't have the ability to help Mo Jingli now. Even though she had her suspicions, when Qing Xia really acted, Yili couldn't help but feel sad and regretful. Mo Xiaoyao reached out to hold Yi Li's hand and said softly, Li, why do you want to keep her? Mo Xiaoyao never showed mercy to those who betrayed Li and tried to kidnap Li. If not for the fact that Yi Li was so determined to keep Qing Shuang, Mo Xiaoyao would have long since struck her with a palm. Yi Li sighed. She has been with me for more than 10 years after all. Fortunately, she didn't make a huge mistake. Let's wait and see. Mo Xiaoyao frowned. I don't care what you think. Even if she was forced, such a person definitely can't stay by your side. I know. I don't think that way either. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao's solemn appearance, Yi Li smiled, saying mildly, even though she had spared Qing Shuang's life on account of their more than 10 years of friendship, how could she keep her by her side? Some things, once they had happened, they could never be erased. No matter who it was, it would always leave a trace in their heart. Looking at Yi Li's still somewhat dejected expression, Su Qingbai smiled mildly. Li, don't think too much. These past 10 years, that girl also didn't leak any information about you and the Prince Ding mansion to Infinite Boundless Mountain. Thinking about it, these 10 years of interaction weren't wasted. People were all selfish. Their own blood relatives were always the most important. Even the Su family, known as the head of the world's pure-blooded families, would still choose their own kin over those unrelated to them. It was just that Qin Shuang's method of solving the problem was wrong. This also meant that these 10 years of feelings were destined to turn into bubbles. Knowing that her fourth brother was comforting her, Yili smiled mildly. Fourth brother doesn't need to worry. I'm fine. Your subordinate Feng Jiao requests an audience with Princess. Outside, Feng Jiao hurriedly requested an audience. Come in. Yili saw Feng Jiao walk in with a strange expression on his face and hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Mo Jingli sighed. Young Master Feng San's handsome face was slightly distorted. Mo Jingli is dead. Dead? Yili was a little surprised. How did he die? Mo Jingli didn't seem to be a resolute and unyielding person, someone who would rather die than be humiliated. Also, when Mo Xiaoyao had returned, he had only said that he had captured Mo Jingli. How'd he die in such a short time? Feng Jiao scratched his head in frustration, squeezing out a smile. In any case, Mo Jingli is already dead. That, your subordinate actually wanted to ask how we should deal with his corpse? Yili glanced at Mo Xiaoyao, asking, Should we return the corpse to the Dechu state? In a few days, the Dechu state would send an emissary to negotiate with the Prince Ding mansion and bring the young Emperor Mo Suiyun back. Feng Jiao hurriedly shook his head and said, Wang Fei, by the time the people from the Dechu state arrive, Mo Jingli's corpse would already be. Why don't we return his ashes to them? Even though he was very doubtful whether the people from the Dechu state really wanted Mo Jingli's corpse, Feng Jiao still didn't want it. Yili frowned, even though she felt that Feng Jiao's attitude was a little strange, but what Feng Jiao said wasn't without an end. Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao didn't object, she nodded in agreement. Feng Jiao finally let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Mo Xiaoyao with a strange expression. Mo Xiaoyao looked up and smiled faintly at him. Feng Jiao only felt the cold wind whistling above his head and hurriedly shrunk his neck back. Yili wasn't in a good mood, and after sitting for a while, she returned to her room to rest. The others still had to stay behind to deal with the remaining matters. Fortunately, after today, the Prince Ding mansion could truly live peacefully for a long period of time, so everyone present was very energetic and didn't feel tired. Mo Xiaoyao sat on the main seat and discussed with Su Qingbai the arrangements for the envoys from the various countries. After these 2 days, these envoys from the western regions would prepare to depart for their respective countries. Sending off the envoys wasn't a small matter, and tonight's banquet inevitably made people feel that they couldn't enjoy themselves to the fullest, so the farewell banquet had to be held even more grandly. Feng Jiao sat to the side, as if he had received an unknown shock. Sometimes he glanced at Mo Xiaoyao, sometimes he glanced at Mo Xiaobao. His eyes were so strange that even Su Qingbai couldn't help but look at him. After Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingbai finished speaking, Mo Xiaoyao looked at Feng Jiao with a raised eyebrow and said, If you have something to say it quickly. Feng Jiao shook his head and said firmly, I have nothing to say. Chapter 1105. Mo Xiaoyao snorted, not believing him at all. What did Mo Jingli say to you before he died? Feng Jiao shook his head, saying in a small voice, He didn't say anything. I just guessed. What did you guess? I didn't guess anything, but I can see how much you hate Mo Jingli. Feng Jiao spoke without thinking. Prince Ding's methods of torturing people had unknowingly improved. No one knew when he turned Mo Jingli into a eunuch. Turning him into a eunuch was one thing, but he even ordered his son to drug him with an aphrodisiac. Drugging a eunuch with such a drug, it was simply infuriating. Thinking of Mo Jingli's miserable state before he died, Feng Jiao had reason to believe that Mo Jingli had a 90% chance of being stifled by his unquenchable desire, and another 10% chance of being angered to death by the father and son pair, Mo Xiaoyao and Mo Xiaobao. The pitiful ruler of a generation. In the end, he died in such a miserable state. What was worse was that he wasn't the only one who knew of his situation. If Mo Jingli was in heaven, he would probably be angered to death. Looking at Feng Jiao's eyes, Mo Xiaoyao knew that he had misunderstood. But he really couldn't explain to others that he didn't order Mo Xiaobao to drug Mo Jingli. Although he had hinted in this regard, he never thought that Mo Xiaobao would be even more efficient than him. Even if he explained, no one would believe him, right? Mo Xiaoyao thought with some regret. Mo Xiaobao. Looking at Mo Xiaobao, who was trying to slip away by the door, Mo Xiaoyao's lips curved into a happy smile. Mo Xiaobao quickly straightened his body. Father, this child is tired and wants to go back to rest. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. Go, be good. Your confinement begins tomorrow. When your third uncle and fourth uncle get married, Father will ask your mother to grant you a small amount of parole. As he spoke, Mo Xiaoyao gave his son a look at how well Father treats you expression. Imperial Father. Mo Xiaoyao exploded. How can you be like this? Mo Xiaoyao grinned at him. Imperial Father, what did I do? Mo Xiaobao was furious. You clearly said that if I won, the confinement would be waived. I didn't use the shadow guard in Qilin from the Prince Ding mansion. I won. Mo Xiaobao stomped his feet. Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his forehead and looked at him with a half-smile. Useless? Isn't he a shadow guard? He's my friend. He was no longer a shadow guard. He had not joined Qilin yet. He's a free man. Mo Xiaobao argued. Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows. Is it like this? Mo Xiaobao raised his chin and said, Of course it's like this. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mo Hua. Qin Lai isn't a shadow guard. Luckily, this prince was smart and removed Qin Lai's name from the shadow guard first. Mo Xiaobao rejoiced in his heart. Since he dared to make a bet with Father, how could he lose over such a small matter? Mo Xiaoyao's smile was still amiable. Oh. Since it's like this, then Xinyang isn't a shadow guard. Xinyang's medicine naturally doesn't belong to the shadow guard. It can't be considered breaking the rules. Son, don't you think? Right? Kacha. The lively Mo Xiaobao suddenly froze. Mother said that if he used medicine that shouldn't be used again, she would harshly punish him. If Mother knew that he stole Shan Yang's fragrance, something spring, something pill, not only would he be exempted from 3 months of confinement, it was possible that he would be locked up for another 3 months. Imperial Father is a bastard. Woo-woo. Mo Xiaobao silently cried in his heart. Mo Xiaoyao didn't feel the sadness in his son's heart at all. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze. The wind was cold. Son, did Father say something wrong? Mo Xiaoyao gently asked. Mo Xiaobao gritted his teeth. No. Father is right. Qin Lai is a shadow guard. Despicable. Bastard. Framing me. Mo Xiaobao stared with all his strength. Idiot. You're still too inexperienced. Mo Xiaoyao leisurely drank his tea. Then this time Father won? Mo Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Father is right. Mo Xiaobao gritted his teeth. Mo Xiaoyao lovingly rubbed his son's little head and said, Son, doing bad things isn't a problem, but if you're caught by the adults, then it won't be good. In the future, keep up the good work. Mo Xiaobao bit his cheeks. Father, didn't you get caught by grandfather and uncle when you were young? Mo Xiaoyao lightly sighed. Father never did bad things when he was young. Mo Xiaobao directly rolled his eyes at him and angrily turned to leave. If I believed you, then I'm a fool. Seeing his son's figure rushing out like the wind, Mo Xiaoyao shook his head with a smile and sighed. I really didn't lie to you. Ever since I was young, people have always praised me for being smart and sensible. Feng Jiao, who was watching the father and son fight on the side, was speechless. That's right. Ever since you were young, everyone has praised you. That's because your son is openly insulting you, while you're insulting him in the dark. So even now, other than this young master, no one knows that Mo Jingli was messed with by you. Poor Mo Jingli. This young master will definitely go burn incense for you later. You can rest in peace. At least, in the world after death, there wouldn't be a creature like Mo Xiaoyao. After the Prince Ding Mansion's first birthday banquet, Glass City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Everything that happened on the night of the banquet was firmly locked in the Prince Ding mansion. All the common people happily spent a day that wasn't a holiday, but was more festive than a holiday. Although some people found that their neighbors or good friend were missing the next day, after a long time, they just left it as it was. The ones that truly changed their attitude were the envoys from the various countries that came to congratulate them. Although the Prince Ding mansion wasn't publicly announced, almost everyone knew that the Chu state's deposed emperor, Emo Jingli, was already dead, and his death was quite dishonorable. When the nobles heard this news, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. That kind of death was really everyone's nightmare, and the Prince Ding mansion was able to silently kill an emperor in a short night, even if that emperor was a deposed one. And it was said that Prince Ding and Princess Consort didn't do anything. Everything was done by the 11-year-old little Shitsi. How could people not be respectful and fearful? Because there was an accident at the first birthday banquet of the two children. The host and guests could not enjoy themselves. Ding Wang and Ding Wang Fei invited all the guests to attend the wedding banquet of the Su family's third young master and fourth young master in 10 days. Although the third and fourth young masters of the Su family weren't as powerful and famous as the eldest young master, they were still the direct descendants of the Su family and were Princess Ding's cousin. The fourth young master of the Su family was a powerful official of the border. Especially when he came with the envoys from the western regions, they could be considered close friends. Therefore, all the envoys agreed to attend the Su family's wedding before leaving. The two madams of the Su family were in a hurry to get married. The two young masters of the Su family also wanted to get the beauties. One of the two brides was the former princess of the Chu state, and the other was the granddaughter of Duke Hua, who had sacrificed herself for the country. She was Princess Ding's close friend. This return gift was naturally unprecedentedly grand. Chapter 1106. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the wedding. The guest courtyard of the Prince Ding mansion was bustling with people coming and going early in the morning. In the spacious room, two beautiful brides in bright red wedding dresses sat side by side. Yili led a group of madams and maidens to dress the two brides. Whether it was Hua Tianxiang or Mo Wuyo, both could be called first-rate beauties in terms of appearance. Hua Tianxiang was bright and moving. Although she was over 20 years old, her appearance still hadn't changed. With a light touch of makeup, she looked even more magnificent and eye-catching. Mo Wuyo looked somewhat similar to Hua Tianxiang, but she had more of a gentle and quiet temperament than when she was young. Perhaps it was because she had studied medicine for a long time, and her experience of helping the world and patients made her look more approachable and kind. Princess Ding, your makeup looks so good. Princess Helan, wearing a fiery red dress, walked around the room curiously. She was from the north, and it was her first time seeing a real wedding in the Central Plains. Seeing the two brides wearing wedding dresses embroidered with dragons and phoenixes and mandarin ducks playing in the water and putting on light makeup, Princess Helan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Yili looked at Princess Helan with a smile and said, "If the princess likes it, why don't you find someone in the Central Plains to marry? At that time, this consort will personally do your makeup for you." This was naturally a joke. Yili also knew that Princess Helan wouldn't mind such a joke. Princess Helan pretended to think for a while, then shook her head regretfully and said, "Unfortunately, this princess still likes the men of the north. In the future, when this princess gets married, I invite Princess Ding to attend. At that time, I will ask Princess Ding to do my makeup for me." Everyone couldn't help but laugh in unison. They had a better impression of this generous and candid princess. Empress Hua carefully inserted the golden hairpin into Hua Tianxiang's hair and looked carefully. She smiled and said, "Very beautiful, very beautiful. The princess is right. The princess consort's makeup is really beautiful." Looking at her beautiful niece, Empress Hua's eyes couldn't help but redden. She was such an outstanding child, yet she only got married at this age. Her best years were locked away in her boudoir. "Auntie, Hua Tianxiang held Empress Hua's hand and smiled faintly. Auntie, am I really that beautiful? Empress Hua smiled and said, My Tianxiang is the most beautiful bride. Mother, where's my daughter? You've forgotten about your daughter. Seeing his mother's sadness, Mo Wu Yu hurriedly spoke up to interrupt his mother's melancholy and acted like a spoiled child. Empress Hua smiled as she pinched her daughter's little face and said, My Wu Yo is also the most beautiful bride. Be good and don't move. Mother will help you comb your hair. Mo Wu Yu did not move and allowed his mother to do his hair. Looking at his mother's focused expression in the bronze mirror, he also revealed a sweet smile. It's time to eat. Bride, it's time to eat. Yingu and Murong Ting came over with a few side dishes and snacks and said with a smile, Come and eat something. Once it's done, there will be nothing to eat. You'll be hungry for the whole day. This was Murong Ting's experience. When Murong Ting got married, she carried a big apple with her. In the end, she was out of breath from hunger after the wedding. Hua Tianxiang turned around and said with a smile, Murong Ting, Yingu, thank you. Murong Ting waved her hand indifferently. Yingu pursed her lips and said with a smile, No need to thank me. Aunt Su secretly told me yesterday to prepare some food for you, otherwise you'll be hungry. It's so pitiful that you can't eat after getting married, but Sister Hua and Wu Yo are both so beautiful. Yili stood up with a smile and helped them arrange the things. She said with a smile, Does Yingu like Sister Hua and Wu Yo like this? Yingu blinked her eyes and nodded. I like it. I haven't worn such beautiful clothes before. Murong Ting covered her mouth and said with a smile, That's easy. Yingu can also get married and wear such a wedding dress. Yingu blinked and was a little confused. But who is Yingu going to marry? Murong Ting smiled more mysteriously and asked quietly, What do you think of young Master Qingchen? Qing, young Master Qingchen. Yin Ji's face changed greatly, and she shook her head repeatedly. No. Everyone was at a loss. Young Master Qingchen was not so annoying, right? The little girl was so scared that her face changed. Yili patted Yin Ji's shoulder and asked softly, Why not? Yingu doesn't like brother? Yingu glanced at Yi Li carefully. Sisterly, can you not tell young Master Qingchen? Yili nodded seriously, indicating that she would never spread the news casually. Yingu said with a drooping face, Young Master Qingchen is so fierce. He makes me copy books every day. The day before yesterday, he made me copy the Book of Rites. I asked Sister Qinzheng and Aunt Su. Sister Qinzheng clearly said that she had never copied those books before. But if I don't copy, young Master Qingchen will keep staring at me, as if I am very naughty and bad. I still have to learn medicine from my godfather. Last night, I wrote until midnight before I went to sleep. Listening to Yin Ji's soft complaints, everyone looked at each other. What did young Master Qingchen want to do? He scared the little girl like this. Seeing Yi Li and others' strange expressions, Yingu quickly comforted them. Sisterly, don't worry. I'm not afraid of young Master Qingchen. Oh, why? Yili asked calmly. Yingu said with a happy face, Godfather told me that after the third and fourth young master's wedding, he will go out to travel. He wants to take me with him. Then we can travel around and help the world. When I come back, I will become the world's most famous doctor. The most important thing was that she would not be forced to copy books by young Master Qingchen every day. Thinking of the unfinished books in her study, Yunji's small hands could not help but tremble a few times. Her small lips also pouted with some grievance. Young Master Qingchen was too bad. Sister Qinzheng said that she had never copied so many books in her life. She only needed to read and remember. But young Master Qingchen actually said that she was too stupid and had a copy. She clearly already knew how to recite. Yingu hates young Master Qingchen so much. Hua Tianxiang sat on the left and asked curiously while eating. Yingu quickly shook her head and said, Not really. If only young Master Qingchen was not so fierce. Young Master Qingchen gave me a lot of things and even brought me back to live in his house. He is the best to me, just like my father and godfather. Cough, cough. Hua Tianxiang and Murong Ting choked at the same time. And Mo Wuyu, who was sitting in front of the dressing table, could not help but tilt his neck. Only Yili sat calmly and drank tea. What happened to Sister Tianxiang and Sister Ting Er? Yungus said with some worry. Cough, cough, nothing. Hua Tianxiang said with a smile. Young Master Qingshen, rest in peace. When Hua Tianxiang and Mo Wuyu dressed up, it was almost time. Yili took Hua Tianxiang's hand and said with a smile, I will call you cousin-in-law in the future. I wish you happiness. Chapter 11:07. Hua Tianxiang blushed and nodded. Li-er. Thank you. Silly, what are you thanking me for? Yili smiled. As long as you are happy and third brother is happy, everything will be fine, right? Hua Tianxiang nodded. Yes, everything is in the past. We will all be better in the future. Reporting to Princess Consort, the bridal procession has arrived. The maid outside the door reported. Yili nodded and smiled. I know, come in. She stood up and took the dragon and phoenix veil and personally covered Hua Tianxiang's head. Empress Hua also took the veil and covered Wu You's head. The matron of honor and the maidservants who had been waiting outside hurriedly came in and carefully led the two brides out. Yili turned around and smiled. All right, let's get ready to go to the Su family and join the fun. Quickly go back and change your clothes. Because of the relationship between the Prince Ding mansion and the Su family, the wedding was held together. After the brides left, all the guests would go to the Su family to attend the banquet. As a result, everyone was saved from a difficult situation. After all, although the girl who was marrying into the Prince Ding mansion was not Prince Ding's biological sister, she was still marrying from the Prince Ding mansion. No one dared to not go. As a result, wouldn't the Su family have no one to congratulate them? Now that they were being held together, it was convenient for everyone to be more lively. Late at night, the Su family mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling with noise and excitement. The master of ceremonies shouted, Send them to the bridal chamber. The newlyweds, who had just bowed to heaven and earth, were escorted to the east. When the banquet began, the entire Su family mansion became more lively. The main hall was filled with singing and dancing, and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. Even the two masters of the Su family, who were usually dignified and elegant, couldn't help but drink a few more cups, and their elegant faces became more colorful. The two madams, Su led Qin Zheng around the banquet table with smiles on their faces, taking very good care of her. The courtyard outside the main hall was also filled with banquet tables prepared for the guests who were not qualified to sit in the main hall. Although she was sitting outside, the light from the makeup made it seem like it was daytime. Although they couldn't enjoy the singing and dancing inside, the sky outside was filled with colorful fireworks. Furthermore, second young Master Su and fifth young Master Su from the Su family were there to accompany them personally. While the celebration was going on, two people were sitting on the roof of the Su family, leaning against each other. The man's long white hair glowed with a faint silver light under the moonlight. His long white hair and the woman's black hair intertwined with each other in the breeze. Yili sat beside Mo Xiaoyao and gently rested her head on his lap. Her eyes seemed to be enjoying the tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes were as gentle as water. He raised his hand and gently touched her slightly red cheeks. He laughed in a low voice and said, They're getting married. Why is Mr. Li so happy? Yili opened her eyes. There was still a faint smile in her eyes. Just now, she had drunk a few more cups of wine. Her face was more rosy than usual, and her eyes were more smiling. Of course, I am happy that third brother and fourth brother are getting married. However, isn't this what I'm most happy about? Mo Xiaoyao intimately brushed away the hair by her cheek and asked, What is it then? Yili smiled and said, We can finally live our lives happily, right? Mo Xiaoyao smiled. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against Yili's. He smiled and said, Yes, we don't have to fight anymore. We don't have to fight in the open or in the dark. In this world, no one will dare to bother us anymore. From now on, we can live whatever life Mr. Li wants. Yili nodded and said, "It's good that we don't have to fight anymore. The commoners are very pitiful. Now that the world is at peace, we don't have to do anything. I won't feel guilty. No matter what the world becomes, Mr. Li doesn't need to feel guilty," Mo Xiaoyao said gently. "There is no woman in the world who can do better than Mr. Li." Yili smiled and said, "If the world is still in chaos, and I still insist that you give up everything to accompany me, then I will feel guilty. Yes, that would be unreasonable." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said softly with a smile, "Mr. Li can be unreasonable. No matter what Mr. Li wants, it is always right. Is Mr. Li drunk?" Yili leaned against Mo Xiaoyao's chest and shook her head. She closed her eyes sleepily and said, "The way things are now is very good. It will be even better in the future." Mo Xiaoyao gently pulled her into his arms and said, "What is very good?" Yili said, "The way things are now is very good. In the future, the rivers are clear and the seas are clear. The four seas are peaceful. When we go out to play, we will see the common people living and working in peace and contentment." Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "I know Mr. Li doesn't like to fight. I remember Mr. Li's poem, 'Pitiful white bones piled up in a lonely grave, all for the general's military exploits.' I'm not talking about you. I don't know. The rivers are clear and the seas are peaceful. Let's leave this goal to Mr. Li. What do you think?" Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and smiled. A soft kiss fell on her blushing face. Bam bam. In the distance, several huge fireworks bloomed in the sky, blooming with beautiful light and flowers. Yili opened her eyes at some point. The man's expression was reflected in her gentle eyes. "Xiaoyao, I love you." Looking at the man's handsome face, gentle eyes, and snow-white hair, Yili suddenly opened her mouth. It wasn't hard to say love. What was hard was to hold hands and live and die together. Even after the world was in their hands, they still loved each other deeply. Mo Xiaoyao was slightly stunned. His handsome eyes flashed with joy and satisfaction. Mr. Li, for all eternity, I will only love you." He lowered his head and gently covered her dark red lips. Yili raised her hand and held his shoulder. "For all eternity, I will love you. If it weren't for me, you would have already ascended the throne and created a new era of peace and prosperity." Mo Xiaoyao insisted on not ascending the throne. Yili understood that most of it was for her sake, because he knew she didn't want to be in the palace, and because he promised to give her the one and only in this life. Mo Xiaoyao laughed softly. "Mr. Li, without you, where would the peace and prosperity of the Prince Ding mansion come?" The dazzling fireworks in the night sky continued to bloom. The two sat side by side and snuggled up to each other, quietly enjoying the dazzling scenery. "When Xiaobao grows up, I will accompany Mr. Li to travel thousands of miles in mountains, free and unfettered. As long as our family is together, no matter when or where, I will feel free and unfettered." Meeting Mr. Li was the best thing that happened to Mo Xiaoyao in this life. In both my previous and current life, meeting you is also the happiest thing that happened to me. If I could meet you, so what if I had to suffer and experience life and death? If I could meet you, so what if I had to travel through time and experience the world? Bam! The red fireworks bloomed into a gorgeous peony in the air, transforming into a huge handwriting that read, "May you be together for 100 years. Meeting you in this life, I only wish for 100 years of bliss and peace." 5 years later, Prince Ding passed on the throne of the Prince Ding mansion to crown Prince Mo Yuchen and left with the princess consort. From then on, they lived a carefree life and no longer cared about the world. Mo Yuchen succeeded the position of Prince Ding and once again refused the request of the ministers to ascend the throne. He worked hard to govern the country, and the power of the Prince Ding mansion became stronger and stronger. 13 years later, Prince Ding's brother Mo Yufeng, who was 14 years old, was appointed as the Grand Marshal of the Prince Ding mansion. He swept the West Hill, and the West Hill bowed down. Mo Yuchen, the Prince Ding, personally led the northern tribes and retreated to the western ice field. The Mahist army arrived at the Yunlan River. Mo Yufeng personally persuaded the southern Chu to surrender. The Emperor Chu of the southern Chu saw the general trend and voluntarily submitted to the Prince Ding mansion. From then on, the world was peaceful. Mo Yuchen ascended the throne at the age of 30 and named the country Li. At the age of 30, Mo Yuchen ruled the world. From then on, the world was unified. One of the most powerful dynasties in the history books began. End of text. Chapter 1108. Mo Xiaobao. Full name Mo Yuchun, the heir of the Prince Ding mansion. If you want to ask who has the strongest background in the world, the answer of everyone in the world is the same. Mo Yuchun. The domineering Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao, is his father. The Princess Ding, Yi Li, who is also famous for holding the most elite Qilin in the world, is his mother. The head of the world, Mr. Qin Yun, is his grandfather. Mr. Hong Yu and Mr. Hong Yen are his granduncles. The 5 young masters of the Su family are his uncles. The most important thing is that he has a unique position in the Su family. Even if a pair of younger siblings were added later, it has never been shaken. But if you want to ask who is the most miserable person in the world, little Shitsi Mo will tell you, is also Mo Yuchun. Little Shitsi Mo thinks that the reason why he has such a miserable life is all because he has a father who can cheat his son the most. So much so that he dreams of becoming a son who can cheat his father. Mo Xiaobao's miserable life began from the moment he was born. When he was born, perhaps before he was born, his father blamed him for eating too much, causing his dear mother to suffer and become thin. When he was born, his father thought that he was too much of a tormentor, causing his mother to suffer too much. Even after he was born, his father thought that his mother paid too much attention to him and was jealous. He also gave him a nickname that would make him unable to raise his head for the rest of his life. So when Mo Xiaobao grew up, every time he recalled it, he felt that his childhood was a big cupboard full of tableware. His mother once comforted him that the name Xiaobao was very cute and cute. Mo Xiaobao agreed very much. Before he was 10 years old, this name had always been very cute and cute. So Mo Xiaobao also learned how to sell his cuteness. But when he grew up, he found that his mother's comfort was really a white lie. When his nickname spread throughout the Mahist army and slowly spread out, he finally understood his father's sinister intentions. Although Mo Xiaobao's life before he was 10 years old was full of fighting wits and courage with his father, it was generally relaxed and happy. But his good days came to an end after his younger brother and sister's first birthday. On the second day of his younger sibling's first birthday, he received a 3-month confinement. 3 months later, when he finally crawled out of his own courtyard and thought that he might have autism, he was thrown into the large study where his father dealt with official business and was given a schedule that could be described as insane. Since then, he had to wake up earlier than the chickens, sleep later than the dogs, work harder than the cows, and eat worse than the living conditions. However, Mo Xiaobao was a person with great ambitions, so he knew what it meant by suffering the hardest to rise above others, and what it meant by the heavens bestowing a great responsibility upon him. Thus, after painstakingly training for over a year, Mo Xiaobao, who had just turned 12, and Qin Lai, who was already 15, were thrown into the Qilin to train. Qilin was the most elite member of the Mahist army. Logically speaking, they wouldn't accept someone of Xiaobao's age. Back then, Qin Lai had been rejected because he was too young. But when Mo Xiaobao successfully passed through the swamp forest of Qilin's training and used all kinds of methods to defeat 7 members of Qilin, he finally opened the door to Qilin. Using the words of Qilin's commander, Qin Feng, third-rate methods, second-rate strength, first-rate results. Mo Xiaobao became the youngest member of Qilin in history. In the eyes of outsiders, Qilin was mysterious, noble, and elegant. But to the people who had become his members, he was actually as kind and amiable as a family. After all, they didn't want to be cold and aloof to people every day. Thus, Mo Xiaobao encountered his first problem after joining Qi Lin, codenames. Every official member of Qi Lin had to have a codename that they liked and recognized by their comrades. Mo Xiaobao and Qin Lai were assigned to the same group. The group had a total of 8 people. As for the codenames, there were all kinds of them. Some were called Snow Wolf, Fierce Tiger, some were called Falcon Crow, and some were called Hammer Iron Hammer. Mo Xiaobao decided to give himself a high-end codename. He was going to be a person whose name would shake the world in the future, so his codename naturally couldn't be vague. Just as Mo Xiaobao was racking his brains over his codename, Qin Lai, who had been waiting impatiently, frowned and said, "Do you still need another codename? Didn't your good fortune already spread throughout the world? No matter how much effort you put in, the codename you came up with cannot be better than the original." Mo Xiaobao blinked. Do I? Do I have to be called Crown Prince? That's not good. It feels like I'm showing off my father, right? Qin Lai rolled his eyes and faintly spat out 2 words. Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao's smile froze, and he wanted to pounce over and bite Qin Lai. Qin Lai, you traitor. Qin Lai snorted and said, "Do you think they don't know? How come I didn't know that the Prince Ding Mansion's heir had the habit of burying his head in the sand? Or did someone forget how to loudly proclaim his name in front of the Mahist army? In the past, little heir Mo's feat of loudly proclaiming, 'I am Mo Xiaobao,' in front of thousands of soldiers and horses was famous throughout the 3 armies. Since the heir liked this nickname so much, the soldiers of the Mahist army naturally approved of this incomparably cute name, and it was said that it was given by the prince. Although there were people who felt that this name was not good for the heir's tall and mighty image, but after seeing the little heir's delicate smile and cute expression, they couldn't help but agree that His Highness Prince Ding was too wise and farsighted. It was to the point that many years later, Mo Xiaobao could not help but deeply regret his actions of using his cuteness to trick the heir. Mo Xiaobao looked at his teammates in despair. His teammates smiled in agreement, indicating that Qin Lai's words were true. Originally, Qi Lin might have been more closed off than other armies, but Qi Lin's news was definitely not closed off. More importantly, a large portion of the current Qi Lin had just joined in the past 2 years, and many of them had personally witnessed the little heir's feats. Xiaobao is very good. It suits his image very well. Let's call him Xiaobao. The leader of the group was the first to make the decision. This might be the only chance in his life to mess with the heir, so he had to do it, although this could very well be the reason why he was continuously enslaved by someone for the rest of his life. Therefore, under the situation of 7-1, Mo Xiaobao was forced to accept the name Xiaobao again with the absolute minority of votes. Because he was temporarily serving Qi Lin, Qi Lin's internal members jokingly called him Qi Lin Xiaobao, Qi Lin Baby. The blow to his name almost made Mo Xiaobao unable to recover. He no longer had the ambition he had when he first joined Qi Lin. It wasn't that Mo Xiaobao didn't want to do something big, but whenever he thought of hearing countless people call him Xiaobao XX, Xiaobao XXXX, Xiaobao XXXX, he had the urge to hide in the wilderness for the rest of his life. Therefore, after reflecting on the painful experience, Mo Xiaobao finally confirmed that his life was Prince Ding. He wanted to be evil, be open and above board, be famous for thousands of miles, and be awe-inspiring in the world. He wanted to hide in the dark, be evil, and scheme against people. He wanted the martial arts world to not have his name, but there would definitely be legends about him. He wanted to use his own method to wash away this unglamorous nickname. The consecutive blows finally caused the soft and adorable Mo Xiaobao to turn completely black. Xiaobao, Mo Xiaobao, baby Qi Lin. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the air and firmly nailed itself between the legs of a certain team commander who was sitting lazily on the ground. It was only 1 centimeter away from a certain sensitive part. A certain young heir, with a gloomy expression, slowly walked over and calmly pulled out the arrow. My apologies, Commander. The shot was off by a hand. I'll practice 20 more times. A certain commander quietly shrunk his legs and couldn't help but tremble as tears streamed down his face. Damn, you missed by just 1 centimeter. If you didn't miss, where did you want to shoot? Brother Xiaobao. Brother Xiaobao, Exeter promised to marry me when she grows up. A certain adorable little softy happily rushed into the study. She was so pleased with herself that she even called him by his childhood name. The young man behind the desk coldly glanced at her and didn't say anything. Ha ha, Exine finally agreed to marry me. I'm going to tell my parents. I'm going to prepare the betrothal gift. Little Dumb Lung danced with joy. Give up. You can't afford to marry my sister, even if you sell your whole family. The young man mercilessly attacked. No way. Princess Ding will definitely agree. Humph. Little Dumb Lung was still happy. Mo Xiaobao, it's wrong to be jealous of your future brother-in-law. Looking at Little Dumb Lung, who ran away, the young man looked ferocious. Come on, tell Su Jirue that I don't discriminate against close relatives. I believe that the excellence of the Su family can make up for this small defect. In addition, tell the little princess that it's embarrassing to take a fool out. The next day, the 13-year-old young master of the Lung family was heartbroken because Princess Exin, who was just 4 years old, said that she wanted to marry cousin Jirue more. Xiaobao, can you do me a favor? Young Master Feng San pulled the young master of the Prince Ding mansion with a smile. He looked as if they were close, and it would be embarrassing if he didn't help him. A dark light flashed in Mo Xiaobao's calm eyes. What's the matter? Young Master Feng San carefully took out a delicate box and handed it to him. Help me give this to you, know. Why don't you give it to her yourself? Mo Xiaobao opened it and saw a delicate and beautiful phoenix hairpin inside. Young Master Feng San sighed helplessly. She doesn't want to see me. Your father said that I don't do anything important every day, and I can't go out of the city this month. Xiaobao, do me a favor. Aren't you going out of the city to visit Mr. Qingyan today? This is for you? Young Master Feng San reluctantly took out a pair of bright pearls and gave it to Mo Xiaobao. After a long time, Mo Xiaobao finally nodded calmly and agreed. Seeing young Master Feng San turn around and leave happily, Mo Xiaobao turned back and threw the pearls to the guard behind him. Send this to Mrs. Yang. Thinking for a while, Mo Xiaobao said, forget it. I'll send it myself. Feng San is so careless. He doesn't even leave a letter. No wonder she doesn't like him. A month later, young Master Feng San went out of the city and asked to see someone. This time, he didn't even enter the city, let alone see the person. And young Master Feng San would never know why. Chapter 1109. Yunge grew up in the mountains with her father. Her mother passed away too early, so she did not have much of an impression of her mother. In her memory, there was only a grave full of grass and flowers. Her father often brought her to the grave to talk to her mother. Yunge thought that her life would continue like that until one day, her father passed away. Before her father passed away, he took care of everything. What Yunge did was to cry and bury her father next to her mother's grave. Then, she knew that no one in this world could accompany her forever. His father had even made plans for his future. So Yunge waited peacefully for the arrival of the person her father said would come to pick her up. But she did not expect that she would wait for 3 years. Although she did not wait for the person her father said would come and pick her up for 3 years, Yunge was not anxious. She had lived like this for more than 10 years. There was nothing wrong with continuing to live like this in the future. She knew how to hunt, pick herbs, plant herbs, and make all kinds of pills to trade for things she needed. But sometimes, Yunge began to like climbing up the high cliff to look at the smoke of the village below the mountain. Sometimes, there would be a strange feeling flowing in her heart. Yunge did not know that it was loneliness. Until one day, Yunge went up the mountain to pick herbs as usual. Then, she heard the faint sound of melodious music coming from the mountain. Yunge knew that it was the sound of a guqin. She also had a guqin. She used to see her father play it often. After her father passed away, no one played it anymore. This person played it very well, even better than her father. Yungu happily ran towards the source of the sound. She wanted to see what the person playing the guqin looked like. After searching for a long time, Yungu finally found that the sound of the guqin was coming from behind the cliff. Thus, she used her qigong to climb up the cliff. When she looked down from the cliff, she discovered that there was actually a large house in the valley below. In the house, there was a man in white sitting next to a pool of water playing the zither. She played here when she was young. There was no house and no one. She saw that the man was dressed in snow-white clothes. His long black hair was casually tied up behind his back. Although she only saw half of his face, Yungu swore that he was the most good-looking person she had ever seen, just like a celestial being from the heavens. After thinking for quite a while, Yungu slowly made a conclusion about the man in the valley. He was as good-looking as an immortal in the sky. There were several other ugly people in the valley. Those bad guys don't look like the family of the immortals at all. Yungu thought unhappily as she sat on the cliff and listened to the melodious music. Why would that godlike person hang out with those ugly villains? It would be great if he could play with her. Those bad guys always didn't allow him to do this or that. If it was her, she definitely wouldn't do that. Yungu squatted on the cliff for 2 whole days, watching the immortal-like man in white sometimes play the zither, sometimes sit by the water and read a book, sometimes do nothing but sit by the water and be lost in thought. Finally finding an opportunity, Yungu took advantage of the absence of those ugly bad guys and directly jumped down from the cliff to land in front of him. Seeing the young girl descending from the sky, the man in white was not surprised. He only smiled faintly. "You're really good-looking." It was the first time Yungu saw the man in white's true appearance. Sure enough, he was better looking than she imagined. The man in white smiled faintly and said softly, "You're also very good-looking. Why are you here?" Yungu didn't know why, but her face felt a little hot. Although she didn't know much about etiquette, it was still rude to praise this man in front of him. Yungu twisted her fingers and blinked her eyes as she looked at the man in white in front of her. As if he felt the young girl's nervousness and helplessness, the man in white smiled faintly and said softly, "It's very dangerous here. Why did you come here alone?" "Dangerous?" Yungu looked around blankly. She had grown up in these mountains, and her father had never told her about the dangers. Seeing her blank look, the man in white smiled and said, "That's right. Since you can jump down from such a high cliff, you must have good martial arts. However, there are many dangers in this world that can't be solved with martial arts. It's better for a girl not to run around." "Oh, I know. My father also said that. You're really a good person." Yungu smiled happily. The man in white looked at the young girl with a pure and innocent smile in front of him in surprise. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Yungu squatted beside him and said unhappily, "I heard you playing the zither, so I wanted to come over and take a look. It's been a long time since someone talked to me. I'll stay for a while and then leave. Okay?" The man in white smiled and shook his head. "It's very dangerous here." Yungu blinked and said, "I know. Those people are bad people, right? I'll help you defeat them, okay?" "No, it's too dangerous." The man in white softly refused. "My martial arts are very good. I can defeat them," Yungu anxiously declared. The man in white still shook his head and said, "There are many of them. Even if you defeat them, you can't take me out." Yunji's eyes lit up and said happily, "What if I can take you out?" The man in white smiled and raised his eyebrows. He glanced at the steep cliff not far away. Yungu hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No, I know another way. I played here when I was young. I can definitely get out. Trust me, okay?" Looking at the young girl's pleading eyes, the man in white suddenly laughed softly. It was as warm and charming as the return of spring. Yungu could not help but be stunned. When she came back to her senses, she raised her hand and patted her head in annoyance. Why did she feel that this godlike brother in front of her was delicious and wanted to take a bite? It must be because she had not played with others for too long. "Okay, I believe you. Then I'll have to trouble you. I'm Su Qingchen. What's your name?" The man in white asked with a smile. "Su Qingchen, your name is really nice. I'm Shin Yungu." Yin Ji's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "Is my name nice?" The man in white, the world-famous young master Ching Chun, raised his handsome eyebrows and smiled indifferently. Yin Gu took out a pill from her bosom and motioned for Su Ching Chun to take it. Although he did not know how the young girl in front of him planned to take him out, young Master Ching Chun, for the first time in his life, gave his comfort to a young girl who seemed innocent. After taking the pill, his vision turned black, and he quickly fell into darkness. When he finally felt a trace of strange coldness, young Master Ching Chun felt that he did not regret it. Perhaps it was because of the young girl's clear and bright eyes. For the first time, young Master Ching Chun willfully gave his life to a person he had just met. When he woke up again, young Master Ching Chun could not help but smile bitterly. As a person, one should not be too willful and take risks. At least, he should ask the young girl how she planned to take him out. Chapter 11:10. Not only was he uncomfortably wet, the pain coming from his chest and shoulders made him unable to move more than half of his body. The eldest young master of the Su family, who had always been known as the immortal young master, was in such a sorry state for the first time in his life. "Su Ching-chun, are you all right?" A somewhat unfamiliar voice came from behind. Su Ching-chun turned his head with some difficulty and saw a similarly wet little girl looking at him with a face full of shame. Her bright and beautiful big eyes were full of sparkling tears. Su Ching-chun coughed lightly, shook his head, and forced a smile. "I'm fine, we're out. You brought me out from the bottom of that pool? And I'm sorry. I was too careless and caused you to be injured." Yinga looked at Su Ching-chun anxiously and said guiltily. Su Ching-chun smiled faintly and shook his head. This little girl had a petite figure. Su Ching-chun could imagine how much effort it took to bring out an adult man who was much taller than her from the bottom of the pool. Compared to that, this little bit of carelessness was really not worth mentioning. But it was really painful. Young Master Ching-chun was not a martial artist and rarely got injured in his life. This kind of serious injury was the first time in his life. He could not help but pale from the pain. Seeing him in so much pain, Yinge could not help but pale with fright. She quickly took out a small medicine bottle and poured a pill into his mouth. "Don't be afraid. I will cure you. Soon it will be different." After saying that, she did not care about Su Ching-chun's expression and directly picked up young Master Ching-chun, who was taller than her, and ran in the direction of her home. It was the first time in his life that he had enjoyed such treatment. Even the calm and composed young Master Ching-chun could not help but twitch his face. But the pain from his body clearly reminded him that unless he planned to lie here forever, he could only accept the current situation. Yunji's home was located in a hidden valley in the mountains. Su Ching-chun had only taken a brief look at the entrance of the valley when she entered, and she knew that there was a rather brilliant formation set up at the entrance of the valley. It was basically difficult for people who were not proficient in formations to find this place. When young Master Ching-chun found out that the little girl had been living alone in the valley since her father passed away 3 years ago, he could not help but sigh softly in his heart when he saw the little girl looking at him happily with sparkling eyes. Young Master Ching-chun had seen countless people in his life, but this was the first time he had seen such an innocent little girl. It was hard to understand why Yunji's father would leave his innocent and young daughter alone in the deep mountains. Although Yunji's martial arts were not weak, martial arts could not determine everything in this world. Compared to the high ground of martial arts, the viciousness of the human heart was far more dangerous. Yingo was a very simple girl. She was like a chick that had just hatched, instinctively trusting the first person she saw. After her father passed away, young Master Ching-chun was the first person who had a close relationship with Yungo. Therefore, young Master Ching-chun naturally became Yunji's most trusted person. Hence, after finding out about Yunji's father's arrangements, Sir Ching-chun had effortlessly persuaded the young lady to leave the valley with him. After confirming that the Mu family had no intention of taking care of Yungo, he naturally brought the young lady back to Glass City. Su Qingshun, the bustling glass city, made Yungu somewhat uncomfortable. Her beautiful little face was filled with uneasiness and worry, and the Su residence that was already in sight made her stop in her tracks. Although Su Qingshun said that the Su family would be her home in the future, no matter how ignorant Yungu was, she still understood that the Su family was Su Qingshun's home and not her own home. She no longer had a home. Don't be afraid. Everyone in our family is very good. They will all like you. Just like Li Er. Don't you like her very much? Young Master Qingshun comforted her softly. Sister Leah? Speaking of Sister Li Er, Yunji's eyes could not help but brighten. Sister Li was her first good friend other than Su Qingshun. Moreover, Sister Li Er was very beautiful and gentle. On the way up north, she had heard many people say that Sister Li Er was the most amazing woman in the world. Not only was she beautiful, her martial arts were good, and she could even lead troops to war. It was a pity that Sister Li Er had gone to war. She could not follow and cause trouble. Su Qingshun nodded and smiled. Yes, Li Er is my cousin. We are all family. Could it be that Yungu does not like the Su residence? Then you can also live in the Princeton mansion. However, there is no one in the Princeton mansion now. If Yungu lives alone. No, I will live in the Su residence. Yungu hurriedly shook her head. Young Master Qingshun's lips curled into a faint smile. That's good. Let's go. Everyone is already here to welcome us. Young Master Qingshun had returned from his tribulation and brought back a beautiful lady. The Su family, who had received the news long ago, turned out in full force to welcome them at the door. Seeing the two of them appear, almost everyone's eyes were attracted to the beautiful lady in yellow next to young Master Qingshun. Madame Su repeatedly praised them. She happily went forward and carefully sized up Yungu. She smiled and asked, Young lady, are you Yungu? You must have had a tough journey. Yungu was a little embarrassed to be held by the gentle and noble lady in front of her. However, she still nodded and said, Yes, I am Shun Yungu. This is my mother and second aunt. Yungu can call them aunts, Su Qingshun said with a faint smile. Aunts. Hello. Aunts, Brother Yin said softly. Good child. Madame Su nodded repeatedly. She looked at the young lady in front of her with satisfaction. This was the first time her son had personally brought a lady home. Moreover, she could tell at a glance that this was a good and obedient lady. Even her niece's letter had repeatedly praised her. Madame Su trusted Yi Li's judgment. Seeing Yun Ji's blushing and helpless appearance, Qingzheng covered her mouth and smiled. Aunt's mother, let's go in first. Sister Yungu must be tired from the journey. Sister Yungu, my name is Qingzheng. You can call me Sister Zheng. Did Li mention me? Yungu hurriedly nodded. Sister Li said that Sister Zheng is a good person. Thank you, Sister Zheng. Yungu is not tired. My martial arts are very good. Seeing the young lady's honest appearance, everyone could not help but laugh in unison. Second Madame Su pursed her lips and smiled. All right, is right. Let's go in first. Yungu, just treat the Su family as your own home in the future. Madame Su nodded and said, Your second aunt is right. Just treat this as your own home in the future. Let's go in and rest. My own words? Yin Ji's heart softened. Looking at the smiling people in front of her, she could not help but blink, feeling a little jealous. Yungu, let's go in. Qingzheng held Yun Ji's hand and smiled softly. Yes, thank you, Sister Zheng. Yungu nodded heavily. Su Qingshun's family was as good as Sister Li. Following Su Qingshun all the way to the north, her uneasy heart finally relaxed. Yungu could not help but give Qingzheng a bright smile. Chapter 11:11. The days of living in the Su family were both happy and uneasy for Yungu. Everyone in the Su family was very easy to get along with. This was a novel and interesting experience for Yungu, who had only been accompanied by her father since she was a child. The two madams of the Su family and Sister Qingzheng were very concerned about her. Although she needed to learn a lot of things that she had never known, which made her a little depressed that she was so stupid, the two aunts of the Su family and Sister Qinzheng were not angry and often comforted her. What really made Yunge depressed was that she felt a little afraid of Su Qingchen along the way, because most of the people in the Su family were afraid of him. Moreover, Su Qingchen was really fierce. Even if Su Qingchen was sick and weak, and she was a healthy person with strong martial arts, she was still afraid of Su Qingchen. Yunge! Yunge! In the study, Yunge was trying hard to trace the calligraphy left by young Master Qingchen. Hearing Qin Zheng's voice, she raised her head and touched her little face. A black ink stain immediately stained the originally white and beautiful little face, but the owner of the little face was at a loss. Sister Qin stood at the door and looked at the girl sitting behind the desk in a daze. She could not help but cover her mouth and smile. Yunge, what are you doing? Yunge pursed her little mouth and said with some grievance, I'm practicing calligraphy. Qinzheng walked forward and looked at Yunji's handwriting. She smiled and said, Yunji's calligraphy has improved. It's very good. Why are you still practicing? Qinzheng was born in a scholarly family and was once a famous talented woman in the Chu capital. For her to say that Yunji's calligraphy was very good, it could be seen that Yunji's calligraphy was indeed good. Yunge whispered, Su Qingchen said that practicing calligraphy can hone one's temperament. Her big, pitiful eyes blinked at Qinzheng and almost engraved the words I don't want to write on her face. Looking at Yunji's pitiful appearance, Qinzheng could only sigh helplessly. Although Yunge was occasionally a little naughty, she was also well-behaved and pitiful. Even Madame Su could not bear to see her being so stubborn about young Master Qingchen's words. However, no matter how much Yunge disliked young Master Qingchen's orders, as long as young Master Qingchen gave the order, Yunge would do it without any hesitation. Qinzheng smiled and wiped the ink stains on Yunji's face with a handkerchief. She smiled faintly and said, Yunge is very good. Why do you have to stay in the room every day to hone your temperament? I'm going to look for Ting, and Tian Xiang to go shopping together. Yunge, do you want to come along? Seeing the ink on Qin Zheng's snow-white handkerchief, Yunge knew that she had made a fool of herself. She quickly took the handkerchief from Qin Zheng's hand and wiped it herself. Hearing Qin Zheng's words, Yunge was also very moved, but looking at the half-written words on the table, her delicate little face could not help but fall. If Su Qingchen knew that she ran out halfway, he would definitely punish her twice the amount of gratitude. Her fingers would be broken. All right, let's go. Sister Zheng, or we'll help you talk to Big Brother, okay? Big Brother will always be reasonable. How can a little girl sit at home every day without moving? Qinzheng smiled and pulled Yunge out. Sister-in-law, where are you going? Just as they left the study room, they bumped into young Master Qingchen. He clearly had a smile that made people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze. But in Yunji's eyes, she was like a mouse that saw a cat and quickly hid behind Qinzheng. Seeing this situation, although the smile on Su Qingchen's face did not change, his eyes darkened slightly. Qinzheng did not feel that there was anything wrong with the atmosphere between the two at all. She smiled generously and said, Big Brother, I was just about to look for you. Tian Xiang, and I want to go out for a walk together with Wu Yu. Coincidentally, we also brought Yunge out. She stayed in the residence all day and did not go anywhere. Look at her little face. It's a little haggard. Actually, Yunge was not haggard, but after Qinzheng said this, Su Qingchen also felt that Yunji's smile did not seem to be as bright and beautiful as before she came to Glass City. When she saw him, she also seemed to be avoiding him. Actually, young Master Qingchen was also very wronged. When he was recuperating in a valley, he got along very well with Yunge, and Yunge was also very close to him. But after coming out, Yunge became a little afraid of him for no reason. Young Master Qingchen was extremely wise, but he did not understand what he had done to make the little girl so afraid of him. Young Master Qingchen's charm that always succeeded seemed to have lost its effect. No matter how he treated Yingo, she always looked like she was obedient to him. After a moment of silence, Su Qingchen glanced at Yin Ji's big yearning eyes that quietly appeared behind Qinzheng. He sighed helplessly in his heart and said, "You can't go out today." Yin Ji's originally bright eyes suddenly dimmed. Su Qingchen continued, "Shenyang, Mr. Shenyang is here and wants to see you." "Mr. Shenyang?" Yingu blinked and quickly reacted. "Is it that godly Dr. Shenyang?" Yingu studied medicine and naturally paid special attention to Shenyang, this world-famous godly doctor. Although she knew that Shenyang was in Glass City, ever since she came to the Su family, she had been helping to learn all kinds of etiquette and knowledge. Afterwards, Su Qingchen arranged all kinds of homework for her. She simply did not have the time to sneak out to visit Shenyang. Su Qingchen nodded and asked, "Does Yingo want to see him?" "Of course I want to see him. Why would Mr. Shen personally come to see me?" Yingo hurriedly asked. At the same time, she was somewhat excited and puzzled. Shenyang was the world-famous godly doctor, the #1 doctor of the Princeton mansion. She was only an unknown little girl. How did Shenyang know of her? Su Qingchen nodded and said, "Since that is the case, let's go to the reception hall. Princess Changle has also come." In the reception hall, Shenyang was sitting and drinking tea. However, the angry expression on his face did not seem like he had come to pay a visit. Grand Madame Su sat to the side, accompanying him, a faint helplessness on her face. Although Shenyang was only a doctor of the Princeton mansion, he had saved Princeton's life. Within the Princeton mansion and the Mahist army, he was rather famous. Just based on his godly medical skills, the Su family could not be disrespectful. Moreover, this time, the Su family had indeed acted inappropriately. "Teacher, don't scare Yingo." Mo Wuyo, who was sitting next to Shenyang, covered her mouth and smiled faintly. She had seen Yingo several times and was very fond of that adorable girl. It was just that she did not expect Yingo to have a relationship with her teacher. Shenyang lightly snorted, muttering in a low voice about a girl's appearance. Mo Wuyo's pretty face immediately turned crimson, not daring to persuade him any further. "Aunt Su, has godly Dr. Shin really come?" Yingu had just arrived at the door when her voice traveled in. Grand Madame Su smiled and beckoned to her, saying, "Yingu, quickly come over. This is Shenyang, godly Dr. Shen. Quickly come and greet him." Yingu stepped forward and properly saluted. "Yingu greets godly Dr. Shen." Shenyang lowered his eyes and glanced at Yingu, a trace of warmth flashing through his eyes. Only then did he nod and say, "You have learned the rules well." Hearing this, Yingu somewhat shyly lowered her head and said, "It was all taught by Aunt Su and Sister Zheng. Originally, she had felt somewhat bored while learning etiquette. However, now that Shenyang had praised her, she suddenly felt that all the hard work had been worth it. She did not know why, but when she saw godly Dr. Shen, who seemed to have a bad temper, she felt particularly close. She attributed this to her admiration for Shenyang. Chapter 11-12. Madame Su pulled Yingu to her with a smile and said, "Yingu is a smart and well-behaved child." Madame Su really liked Yingu when she said this. Not only because Yingu was brought back by her son, but also because of Yin Ji's temperament. Madame Su family, who had no daughter, really loved her. Although she had a niece like Yi Li, Yi Li's temperament was calm and quiet. She was one of the most extraordinary women in the world. Therefore, there were very few things that Madame Su could care for and help her with. Moreover, Yingu was so innocent and clueless about the world, which made Madame Su even more worried and distressed. While talking, Su Qingchen and Qinzheng also followed. Seeing Su Qingchen, Shenyang's face, which had eased a little, turned ugly again. He snorted and said nothing with a cold face. Su Qingchen was not offended. He smiled faintly and said, "Yingu, have you met Mr. Shen?" Yingu looked at Shenyang, who was suddenly angry, and then at Su Qingchen, who was smiling. She nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Shun praised me." Su Qingshan smiled and said warmly, "Is that so? Mr. Shen rarely praises people. But Yingge can't be proud." Yingge nodded repeatedly, but her pair of bright eyes had already been glued to Xinyang. Since her father passed away, there was no one to guide her medical skills. If she had doubts, she could only explore slowly by herself. She had not made any progress for a long time. Thinking of this, Yingge looked at Xinyang with more enthusiasm. Seeing Yingge looking at Xinyang with undisguised admiration, Su Qingshan's expression darkened slightly. He looked at Xinyang and said, "Mr. Shen, what do you have to say? Yingge is here now, so feel free to speak." Xinyang snorted softly, but looked at Yingge with a gentle gaze. Although he respected the Su family, it did not mean that he could understand the fact that the Su family hid Yunji's identity from him. In any case, Yingge was a member of the Shun family. "Yingge, come here. This is for you. It's my meeting gift." Xinyang took out a simple jade box and handed it over. Yingge could not help but look at Su Qingshan. Seeing him nod, she walked over and took the box in Xinyang's hand, but Xinyang's face darkened again. Yingge curiously opened the box and saw a set of silver needles neatly placed inside. Yunji's little face lit up, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, This is the hibiscus needle that Daddy talked about?" Xinyang nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, it's the hibiscus needle. I don't need it now. Since you're also a medical student, I'll give it to you." To ordinary people, this hibiscus was nothing more than a silver needle. However, to a doctor, it was a rare treasure. Yingge was naturally overjoyed, but he was also a little uneasy. "This, Yingge can't accept it." Xinyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why not?" Yingge bit the corner of her lips and said, "Father said that it wasn't easy to create the hibiscus needle. This is the only set left in the world. Yunj can't accept such a valuable gift from Mr. Shun." Xinyang looked at Yingge and smiled thoughtfully. "Yingge, I heard that your medical skills are pretty good." Yingge blushed slightly. "Yunji's medical skills have not improved for a long time. Do you think I can give you some pointers?" Xinyang smiled. Since Xinyang had made it so clear, how could Yingge not understand? She said happily, "Mr. Shun, are you willing to take me as your disciple?" Xinyang shook his head. Seeing Yunji's disappointed eyes, he smiled and said, "My surname is Shun, so is yours. I'm old now, but I don't have any children. Are you willing to take me as your godfather?" "Godfather?" Yingge was stunned. Xinyang took it as her agreement and smiled with satisfaction. "Good girl, this is a gift from your godfather. Keep it well." He raised his hand and put the jade box with the silver needles into Yunji's hands. "Huh?" Yingge was at a loss. Did she agree? "Mr. Shun, isn't this?" Mrs. Su frowned and said. Yingge didn't know, but they knew the relationship between Xinyang and Yingge. In terms of seniority, Xinyang was already Yunji's granduncle. How could he take her as his goddaughter? Su Qingshan lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. He smiled and said, "Yingge, you're a medical student. It's fate that you have the same surname as Mr. Shun. Are you willing to be Mr. Shun's goddaughter?" Yingge looked up at Xinyang, who was looking at her lovingly. She whispered, "If I take Mr. Shun as my godfather, will Mr. Shen dote on me as much as my father?" Xinyang nodded and smiled. "Of course. I'll teach you everything I've learned in my life." And Wuyo, although she's 2 months younger than you, she joined first. "It's up to you to call her whatever you want. You're about the same age. You can learn and play together in the future. You can be companions." "Senior Sister Wuyo." "Sister Yingge." Yingge and Wuyo said in unison. Before their voices died away, they couldn't help but laugh. "Godfather," Yingge called. "Good girl." Xinyang's eyes were slightly red. He looked at Yingge and nodded. He was unmarried and had no children. His nephew, whom he had high hopes for, had gone far away for his wife. Now, Yingge was the only bloodline left in the Shun family. "Congratulations, Mr. Shun, for taking in such a well-behaved daughter." Madame Su smiled, although the confusion in seniority gave Madame Su a headache. However, since Xinyang didn't mind and her son agreed, she didn't have any objections. Yunji's parents had nothing to do with Yunge. Xinyang didn't want to mention it for Yunji's sake. Xinyang nodded. He glanced at Su Qingshun and said calmly, "Thank you, Madame Su. In that case, I have something to discuss with Madame Su." Madame Su was stunned. She smiled and said, "Mr. Shun, feel free to speak. You don't have to be so polite." Xinyang said, "Since Yunge has taken me as her godfather, she's also my Shun family's daughter. I'll take Yunge back to the mansion in the next 2 days. Thank you for taking care of her for this period of time." Although Xinyang spent most of his time in the Prince Ding mansion, he also had his own mansion in Glass City. Hearing Xinyang's words, Madame Su was only stunned for a moment. Su Qingshun, who was sitting below, immediately looked embarrassed. Chapter 11:13. Xinyang suddenly proposed to take Yunge away. For a moment, everyone in the Su family couldn't accept it. Although Yunge hadn't been in the Su family for a long time, the Su family really liked this lively, simple, and lovely girl. Mrs. Su, who didn't have a daughter, treated Yunge better than her sons. On the other hand, Mrs. Su still secretly hoped that this little girl would become the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Now that Yunge suddenly wanted to leave, how could Mrs. Su not be sad? However, Xinyang was Yun Ji's blood relative. Even if he had become Yun Ji's adoptive father now, their relationship was much closer than that of the Su family. Xinyang said that he wanted to take Yunge away. Even the Su family couldn't find a reason to refuse. Suppressing the anxiety in her heart, Mrs. Su looked at her son sitting in the lower seat. She hoped that he could come up with a reasonable excuse to refuse Xinyang. Su Qingshun looked up at Xinyang. The expression on his face had returned to its usual gentleness. He smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Shun, you have been very busy these months. How can you have time to take care of Yunge? If Yunge lives in your mansion, isn't it the same as when she lived in the mountains? How could living in his mansion be the same as living in the mountains?" Xinyang was displeased and wanted to refute. Before he spoke, Su Qingshun continued, "What's more, even if you're not busy, there isn't even a woman in your mansion. If Yunge comes to your mansion, there will be no one to accompany or teach her." Mrs. Su's eyes lit up. She quickly smiled and said, "That's right, Mr. Shun. You know that Yunge used to live with her father, and there was no one to teach her many things that a girl should learn. If Mr. Shin's surname is better than mine, give Yunge to me. I promise that I will teach Yunge to be the most educated and well-behaved girl." Well, Xinyang frowned. It didn't matter whether Yunge could become a well-behaved girl or not, but Mrs. Su was right. She had to learn the rules of many girls more or less. He couldn't take care of Yunge for a lifetime. She had to get married in the future. It was fine to spoil her when she was a girl, and it didn't matter whether she knew how to do it or not. But in the future, when she married into her husband's family, she definitely wouldn't be able to escape her mother-in-law's love even if she didn't know anything. Seeing Xinyang hesitate, Qin Zheng hurriedly smiled and said, "Anne is right. Mr. Shun, Yunge is serious in her studies. I believe it won't be long before she can make up for all her shortcomings." Before she finished learning Yunge, she was still living in our house and learned more from eldest aunt. If Mr. Shun wants to guide Yunge in her medical skills, why don't you go to the pharmacy or your residence during the day, just like Wu Yo? Xinyang looked hesitantly at Yunge, who was standing at the side. He frowned and pondered. He was quite busy these days. There was a war going on outside. Although he didn't need to go to the front line, he still needed to prepare the medicinal herbs to be transported to the front line. If that's the case. Thank you, Madame Su. Xinyang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He had angrily rushed into someone else's house, but in the end, he still had to trouble them. Madame Su didn't care at all. She smiled and said, "Yunge is very obedient. Everyone in our family is very busy. Sister-in-law and Jer often accompany her, but I'm all alone. I'm happy to have Yunge as my companion." Yunge stood at the side and blinked. She looked at Xinyang. Was she still going to live in the Su family? In fact, she quite liked the Su family. Everyone in the Su family was very good. She couldn't bear to part with them. Does Yunj want to live with Mr. Shun? Young Master Qin Shun looked at Yungu with a faint smile and said softly, when you pass your studies, you can go back with Mr. Shun. Before that, Yunj has to study hard and don't let Mr. Shun down. Yungu shrunk her neck. She only felt a cold wind blowing above her head. Her bright and beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed. Her face, which was originally full of smiles, looked like she had eaten coptis. Her small head shook vigorously and nodded. Boo-hoo! Godfather, Su Qinshun is so scary. Unfortunately, Xinyang only treated her as his new goddaughter. His only blood relative in this world was indeed raised astray by her father and didn't like to study. He didn't receive Yin Ji's cry for help at all. After sending Xinyang off, Yingu once again ushered in a new learning climax. Every day, other than the half-day appointment with Xianyang to study medicine, Yingu spent most of her time going to the study and on the way to the study. Moreover, ever since Xianyang brought his goddaughter to Glass City, more and more talented young men and women came to Xianyang's clinic with various excuses or happened to bump into him on the way. It couldn't be helped. Xianyang's two female disciples not only had good medical skills, but they were also as beautiful as flowers. Unfortunately, Mo Wuyo was already betrothed to the fourth young master of the Su family. There was no hope for this eldest disciple, but this youngest disciple and goddaughter could still be relied on. Thus, Yingu tragically found that she always had endless homework to do. Every time she felt that she had learned well and could be free, she would be ashamed to find that she was so stupid that she couldn't be seen in front of Su Qinshun the next day. She had to continue to study hard. Then, she would return to the study with more books and homework. Even eldest Madam Su couldn't stand young Master Qingshun's attitude of wanting to teach others. After Yingu rejected her suggestion to take her out for a walk for the fifth time with a face full of longing and refusal, eldest Madam Su finally couldn't help but talk to her son. Yingu is a girl. She doesn't need to take the imperial examination. Why are you pushing her so hard? Eldest Madam Su sighed when she saw her son's calm appearance. Young Master Qinshun said sternly, other girls don't need to take the imperial examination. Didn't they also learn from a young age? Yingu is more than 10 years late. Naturally, she has to be more attentive. I don't mind if my daughter-in-law isn't a talented girl. Eldest Madam Su couldn't help but say silently in her heart, Mother, Yingu hasn't met any outsiders since she was young, but she's also very active. If she's deceived by others, how are you going to explain it to Mr. Shun? Didn't you hear Wuyo say that people have been looking for Yingu recently? There's no need to be afraid since Mr. Shun is in charge of the clinic. What if she runs out to play by herself? Is that so? Eldest Madam Su was also a little nervous. Young Master Qingshun nodded and said, Of course, that's why I'm doing this. When Yungu learns more and understands more, she'll naturally be more relaxed. Since Mr. Shun entrusted Yungu to us, we should enjoy ourselves to the fullest, right? Eldest Madam Su frowned and nodded while thinking. She didn't notice that she had been led out of the study by Su Qinshun. After taking a few more steps forward, eldest Madam Su stopped. She turned back and said angrily, Damn boy, Wuyo won't tell you this. Yingu is so obedient. How could she? At the door, young Master Qingshun's figure had disappeared without a trace. Knowing that no one could change her son's mind, eldest Madam Su could only sigh and shake her head helplessly. She'd better go and see Yingu and stew some tonic for her. Poor child. But Yingu was also obedient. If she didn't want to learn, she could just beat Su Qinshun up. At least Su Qinshun couldn't beat her, right? Eldest Madam Su was a little absent-minded. Chapter 11:14. Thus, Yin Ji's painstaking study continued until Prince Ding and Princess Consort returned in triumph. Yingu heaved a sigh of relief, and her respect for young Master Qingshun increased. In the past, if someone had asked Yinge what kind of person young Master Qingshan was, Yinge would have said that young Master Qingshan was the most handsome, powerful, and intelligent person in the world. But now, if someone had asked her what kind of person young Master Qingshan was, Yunji's answer would be that young Master Qingshan was the most handsome, powerful, and responsible teacher in the world. Prince Ding and Princess Ding returned in triumph, and the world was at peace. After years of war, the people had obtained temporary peace. The entire glass city was bustling with noise and excitement. A few days after the birthday banquet of the little heir and princess of the Prince Ding mansion, it was time for the wedding banquet of the third and fourth young masters of the Su family. The guests who came to Glass City for the birthday banquet had not left yet, so they naturally joined in the fun and attended the Su family's wedding banquet. At the wedding banquet, as the elder brother of the two grooms, no matter how otherworldly young Master Qingshan was, he could not avoid the fate of being dragged by the guests to drink. During this period, many people did not forget to participate in other activities. Why don't I see young Master Su's wife? A prince of a small country in the western region asked in a somewhat stiff Central Plains dialect. Su Qingshan, who was toasting, glanced at the princess of the western region, who was sitting below the prince and staring at him. His eyes darkened slightly as he smiled and said, "I am not married yet." The prince of the western region's eyes lit up. "That's great. What do you think of my younger sister, Prime Minister Su? She is the most beautiful and virtuous lady in our country." The princess of the western region was open-minded, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She looked eagerly at the handsome man in front of her. Young Master Qingshan was startled. He smiled and shook his head to decline. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you." The prince of the western region did not understand. Why? Young Master Qingshan was unmarried, and his younger sister was unmarried. Both of them were of similar status and appearance, so why would he not agree? Young Master Qingshan was about to speak when he caught a glimpse of a delicate figure walking by and turned to the corridor in front. Of course, she did not miss a certain handsome young master who was following behind her. Young Master Qingshan's eyes darkened. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I already have a fiancée." "That's impossible. I've never heard of her." The princess of the western region shouted in disbelief. "Who is she? I want to challenge her. I just walked over." Young Master Qingshan smiled. If it was someone else, they might not know who young Master Qingshan was talking about. However, the princess of the western region was sitting in the direction where Yunge had gone. What was more, she happened to know Yunge. The princess of the western region looked at young Master Qingshan in surprise. "No, even if she's prettier than me, she's still a child. Why would you like her? She's not 13 yet." Young Master Qingshan was speechless. Yunge was almost 17 years old. However, the people of the western regions naturally thought that Yunge was still young. Moreover, Yunge was lively and loved to laugh. In the eyes of the western region's princess, she was still a child. "I absolutely cannot lose to a child. I want to challenge her." The princess of the western regions did not attend the banquet. She immediately stood up and chased after Yunge. The prince of the western region was afraid that his sister would cause trouble, so he hurriedly got up and chased after her. Young Master Qingshan patted his shoulder and said, "Prince, please take a seat. I'll go down and take a look." The prince of the western region thought for a while and nodded. "All right, you're the one who caused this trouble. You should settle it yourself." He really did not force him to marry his sister. He was just casually asking. Young Master Qingshan smiled and nodded. He also slowly followed. The entire Su residence was bustling. The guests were also toasting and exchanging toasts. Not many people noticed that young Master Qingshan had quietly left. Miss Shun. Yunge glared at the person following behind her irritably. She decided to use her qigong to leave this place. This person always followed her every time she met him. When she stopped to ask him what was going on, he would not tell her. Once she left, he would follow her. She planned to go to the bridal chamber to see Wu Yo and Sister Tianxiang. Why was this guy following her? Miss Shun, what are you trying to say?" Yunge said unhappily. Su Qingshan said that she could not let people call her name all the time. That was not good. Ugh. Su Qingqian said that there was a man she did not know who kept following her and calling her a bad person. She should just beat him up. However, this guy did not seem to be a bad person. A few days ago, she saw him helping an old man up after being knocked down. To beat or not to beat? Miss Shun, seeing the beautiful and charming girl under the moonlight, the handsome man could not help but blush. He was somewhat at a loss. Miss Shun, I have something to say to you. I know, you've been following me for a few days. Have you finally remembered what you want to say? Hurry up and say it. Don't call me again. Otherwise, I'll really beat you. Yunga nodded. The man was stunned. He laughed dryly and said, Miss Shun really likes to joke. Such a delicate girl. Even if she beat him, it would not hurt, right? In order to reassure the beauty, if Miss Shun wants to beat me, then do it. I won't hide. The man said righteously. This time, it was Yun Ji's turn to be dumbfounded. You'd better hurry up and say what you want to say. If you're done, I'll be leaving. I'm busy. The man hurriedly nodded and said happily, Miss Shun, I want to say, my surname is Mei Changshi. I'm 18 this year. My father is a prefect of state. That's not important. I'm studying at Lishan Academy. I just finished my military service last year. Although I can't be said to be proficient in both literature and martial arts, I'm definitely not a weak scholar. I will definitely be able to protect you. My family, although she felt that it was impolite to interrupt him, Yunga could not help but say, what do you want to say? Did she need his protection? She could send him flying with a slap. Furthermore, she did not know him. The man was stunned. He finally realized that he had not gotten to the point after talking for so long. Gritting his teeth, the man said firmly, Miss Shun, what I want to say is, to you Yunga, what are you doing here? A clear voice sounded from not far away. Under the moonlight, a man in white walked over slowly. With a faint smile, his handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of halo under the moonlight. People could not help but look away. But the man surnamed Mei, who was standing beside Yunga, suddenly felt a gust of cold wind and sneezed on the spot. What are you doing here? Walking to Yun Ji's side, young Master Qingshun smiled and raised his hand to stroke Yun Ji's hair that was blown to the front by the night wind. Yunga blinked. Where should I go if not to the bridal chamber? It's too dark. Be careful not to fall. Young Master Qingshun smiled faintly. Why was Su Qingshun so strange? How could she fall? Why did she feel so redundant? Young Master Mei thought gloomily. Young Master Qingshun, you and Miss Shun know each other? Yunga, I've finally found you. I want to duel with you. If I win, young Master Qingshun will be mine. Not far away, the princess of the western region saw the three people and her eyes lit up. She quickly rushed over. Chapter 11:15. The princess of the western region rushed to the three of them and was surprised to see that Su Qingshun was also there. Young Master Qingshun, why are you here? The Su residence was not big, but it was not small either. It was obvious that the princess of the western region had lost her way in the garden and allowed young Master Qingshun to catch up with Yunga first. Su Qingshun smiled, but did not speak. Yunga was at a loss. That, princess, why do you want to challenge me? What does this have to do with Su Qingshun? She did not have a strong opinion about winning or losing. If the princess of the western region wanted to win so badly, she would just admit defeat. But what did she mean by Su Qingshun would belong to her if she won? Although Yunga was at a loss, looking at young Master Qingshun's smiling face, her intuition told her that she could not accept or admit defeat so easily. The princess of the western region was a little unhappy. She felt that Yunga was deliberately playing dumb and refused to accept her challenge. She pouted and said, Aren't you young Master Qingshun's fiancé? I like young Master Qingshun. I want to challenge you. If you lose, you have to give young Master Qingshun to me. What? Young Master Mei was shocked. Miss Shun was actually young Master Qingshun's fiancé. Why did he not know such big news? He he actually wanted to propose to young Master Qingquan's fiancée. Looking at young Master Qingquan, who was smiling like a spring breeze, and then looking at himself, young Master Mei could not help but cry in his heart. What? Yinge blinked with a blank face. When did she become Su Qingquan's fiancée? No, she did not want to be Su Qingquan's fiancée. It was already very pitiful to be under his control now. If she became his fiancée, would she not be buried in the Book Mountain for the rest of her life? Yinge shook her head bitterly. She really did not like to study. Yinge was about to say that she admitted defeat when a hand gently rested on her shoulder from behind. Yinge turned around and met young Master Qingquan's smiling eyes. But Yinge could clearly see the threat in his eyes. Do you want to copy books again? Of course, Yinge did not want to copy books, so she could only submit to young Master Qingquan's abuse of power. Yinge looked at the princess of the western region with some grievance. What do you want to compete in? The sky was a little dark, so the princess of the western region couldn't see the expression on Yunji's face clearly. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's compete in martial arts." People in the western regions revered martial arts, but it seemed that no woman in the Central Plains knew martial arts except for Princess Ding. The princess of the western region looked at the handsome young Master Qingquan, who was standing behind Yinge. Her heart was filled with confidence. "Yunj, you're not allowed to lose." Young Master Qingquan chuckled softly. Yinge trembled and nodded sadly at the princess of the western region. The princess of the western region was naturally not Yunji's opponent. Although Yinge was young, her martial arts were among the top in the entire Glass City. However, she was beautiful and had a lively and cute personality. She was also taken care of by Shanyang and the Su family, so there was basically no chance for her to make a move. Therefore, even in Glass City, only a handful of people knew that she knew martial arts. Thus, under young Master Mei's shocked gaze, the princess of the western region was sent flying by Yunge in just a few moves. Seeing Yunji's skills, young Master Mei's face was filled with shame. He had just boasted shamelessly that he would protect Miss Shan. The princess of the western region was also a forthright woman. She admired Su Qingquan and directly challenged Yinge. She was not angry even when she lost. She stood up and patted the dust off her body. She waved at Yinge and left. She did not even look at young Master Qingquan. The garden quieted down again. Young Master Mei looked at Su Qingquan and Yinge, who were standing in front of him, without saying a word. He touched his nose awkwardly and quietly left. Yinge looked at Su Qingquan in a daze. She was not someone who was good at changing her mind. The sudden appearance of fiancé made her feel awkward and helpless. Su Qingquan, I'm going to see Wuyo and Sister Tianxiang first. Also, don't talk nonsense. I'm not your fiancé. After she finished speaking, she did not care about Su Qingquan's reaction. She directly used her qigong to sweep past the flowers and trees in the garden and hurried in the direction of Hua, Tianxiang's bridal chamber. She looked as if she was afraid that someone would chase after her. Young Master Qingquan looked helplessly at the figure that disappeared into the distance. He sighed softly. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a muffled laugh came from the roof behind him. Young Master Qingquan turned around and saw Prince Ding, who had disappeared not long after the banquet started. He was sitting lazily on the roof with Princess Ding in his arms and looking down with a smile. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao's gloating expression, he knew that a certain someone must have seen everything from the beginning to the end. When did Prince Ding start to peek at other people's private matters? Su Qingquan said unhappily. Mo Xiaoyao laughed heartily. He held Yi Li's waist with one hand and floated down from the roof. He looked at young Master Qingquan with a smile and said, I have always liked to laugh at others. Didn't young Master Qingquan already know? Yi Li smiled apologetically at Su Qingquan and said softly, Big brother, did you scare Yinge? Yi Li had secretly tested Yinge several times. That little girl was raised by her father in the mountains and had little contact with others. As a result, her mind matured much later than the average girl. She could not think of love at all. At first, she thought that Su Qingshun was good-looking and wanted someone to accompany her, so she took the risk to save him. Later, she found that Su Qingshun was a good teacher and she was a stupid student. So now, the student was afraid of the teacher, like a mouse seeing a cat. If Su Qingshun suddenly proposed to her now, Yili dared to bet that Yun Ji's first thought would be that if they got married, they would stay together forever and she would be taught by Su Qingshun for the rest of her life. Therefore, the success rate of young Master Qingshun's proposal was probably even lower than that of young Master Mei. Do you want to marry a wife or find a student? I have never seen anyone teach their future wife like a student and even treat her more seriously than a student. Can't you see that the little girl wants to run away when she sees you? Mo Xiaoyao mocked lazily. Even he could see the little girl's pitiful look when she saw Su Qingshun. She felt wronged, but did not dare to refute. Fortunately, the girl's parents were no longer around. If any man dared to treat his darling like that, I would kill him, His Highness Prince Ding thought with a murderous look. Su Qingshun looked thoughtful. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, Yinge has learned very well. Even Zheng, and eldest aunt have praised her. She has no interest in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. Don't force her anymore." Mo Xiaoyao hugged Yili and laughed gloatingly. "Be careful not to force the little girl too much. You can't beat her." "Thank you, Prince, for your advice," young Master Qingshun said indifferently. He waved to Yili and turned to leave. As he walked, the smile on young Master Qingshun's lips gradually faded. She didn't like it. Then he would tell her later that he would not force her to learn. In fact, the little girl clearly did not want to learn, but was aggrieved and did not dare to say anything. She was very cute. Chapter 11:16. Su Qingshun didn't have the chance to tell Yunge his decision because the next morning, the Su family found that Yunge was missing. She wasn't missing or kidnapped, but Yunge left a letter telling everyone that she was going out to practice medicine to help the world. Staring at his beautiful letter for a long time, young Master Qingshun was sure of one thing. The little girl he had raised for more than half a year had run away from home. "Qingshun, look at this." Lady Su took the letter left by Yunge with some embarrassment and looked at her son with some worry. Young Master Qingshun's expression really made Lady Su a little worried. She had never seen her son so sad in her life. Lady Su was happy and worried at the same time. She was happy because she finally confirmed that her son really treated Yunge differently. She was worried that Yunge was alone outside. What if she encountered danger? And looking at her son's expression now, he would probably teach Yunge a lesson when he found her. Wouldn't Yunge be more afraid of him then? When would she be able to marry her eldest daughter-in-law? After thinking about it, Lady Su decided to talk to her son first. "Qingshun, don't worry. I've already sent a letter to Li Er. We'll find Yunge soon. But when Yunge comes back, don't scare her anymore. She's a poor little girl." Young Master Qingshun was stunned. He looked at his mother and asked, "Mother, you also think I'm not good to Yunge?" Lady Su couldn't help rolling her eyes and lamenting. "What sin have I committed? Why did I give birth to such a stupid son? She's a little girl in her teens. It's fine if you don't comfort and take care of her gently. But you arrange a lot of homework every day and criticize her all the time. Not to mention a little girl, even a man can't stand you. Don't you see that even Qingyan is afraid of you?" Fortunately, Yunge has a good temper. Ordinary girls would have fallen out with you long ago. Speaking of this, Lady Su also felt very sad. Everyone said that she was lucky to have given birth to several good sons. But who could understand her son's pain of not being able to find a wife when he was already in his 30s? The Su family didn't like a girl who threw herself at them. But with her son's stupid appearance, he couldn't marry a girl who didn't throw herself at him. Look, it wasn't easy to find an interesting girl, but she was scared away in the blink of an eye. Naturally, young Master Qingshun did not know that his mother was despising him in every possible way. Sitting in a chair in the hall, he lowered his eyebrows and pondered. "Eldest aunt, eldest brother, what happened?" Outside the door, Yili rushed in, followed by a displeased Prince Ding and Mo Xiaoyao. Today was Su Qingfeng and Su Qingbai's wedding. Everyone stayed up late, so only eldest Madame Su and young Master Qingshen were in the Su mansion. Yili dragged Mo Xiaoyao over when she heard the news sent by Madame Su. His Highness Prince Ding's displeasure at being disturbed early in the morning with his beloved wife. Looking at Su Qingshen, who was sitting in the hall, Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Isn't this young Master Qingshen? What was going on? You didn't scare the girl away, did you? Just now, this prince seemed to have seen Xinyang coming over here. Losing someone else's daughter for no reason. This is really... Xiaoyao. Yili glared at Mo Xiaoyao angrily, then looked at Su Qingshen and said, Eldest brother, don't worry. I've already sent someone to look for her. There will be news soon. Mo Xiaoyao didn't care. He was happy to see Su Qingshen unhappy, especially the intelligent young Master Qingshen. He actually scared away the girl he liked. Su Qingshen hadn't married for so many years. Was it because he didn't know how to pursue the girl he liked? Mo Xiaoyao criticized in his heart. Su Qingshen nodded and smiled faintly at Yili. Thank you. Yili shook her head and said, Eldest brother, what are you saying? We're family. There's no need to thank me. Yingu just left. She couldn't have gone far. That's not necessarily true. Mo Xiaoyao leaned on Yili's shoulder and said with a smile, that little girl's martial arts are very good. She's also proficient in medicine. If she doesn't want to come back, even Qi Lin may not be able to bring her back without hurting her, right? All right. Shenyang's residents lost a precious horse from the western region. Hearing his words, Su Qingshan couldn't help but frown. A precious horse from the western region could travel thousands of miles in a day. Yingu had ridden the horse for an entire night. Who knew where she had gone by now? Beside her, eldest Madame Su also looked anxious. What should we do? Lier, tell the people who want to be careful. Don't hurt Yingu. If she doesn't want to come back, don't force her. It won't be good if she gets hurt. Yili smiled and said, Eldest aunt, don't worry. They will know what to do. Madam, eldest young master, Mr. Shun is here. The servant outside the door reported. Before eldest Madame Su could speak, Xinyang barged in from outside and glared fiercely at Su Qingshen. Young Master Qingshen, where did Yingu go? Young Master Qingshen shook his head and said, I don't know. Xinyang was furious and pointed at Su Qingshen. What did you say to Yingu? Why would she run away from home all of a sudden? Although they didn't spend much time together, Xinyang already knew Yingu very well. If it wasn't for something serious, she wouldn't have left Glass City alone. After losing her parents, Yingu, who had lived alone for 3 years, cherished the new home she just got very much. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, Young Master Qingshan said that Miss Shun is his fiancée. Maybe Miss Shun was just shy. Fiancée? Why didn't anyone know that young Master Qingshen had a fiancée? In the hall, eldest Madame Su and Shenyang were both shocked. Eldest Madame Su was pleasantly surprised, while Shenyang was shocked and angry. Young Master Qingshen stood up and stopped eldest Madame Su and Shenyang from talking. He smiled faintly and said, The most important thing now is to find Yingu. Your Highness Prince Ding, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the official business of the Prince Ding mansion during this period. Huh? Mo Xiaoyao sat up vigilantly and stared at Su Qingshen in confusion. What do you want to do? He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. Su Qingshen looked at him and said faintly, Didn't your Highness Prince Ding say that Yingu was scared away by me? Shouldn't I go and find her? Can I pretend that I didn't say anything? His Highness Prince Ding, who went for wool and came back shorn, was extremely regretful. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.